pond earlier. See if I was to go there and I was to put 7 continents in it, right? That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. You'll see that big pond earlier. You'll see that big pond earlier. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. You'll see that big pond earlier. Seven continents in it. 7 continents in it. 7 continents in it. 7 continents in it. This chart represents any flat earth map or model. Reality, the situation is a common man like us. Don't know really where we are. Well, guys, that's your question. Yeah, it's flat. Right, yeah, I'm just going to get you in a minute. Right, we'll see that big pond earlier. We'll see that big pond earlier. 7 continents in it. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. We'll see that big pond earlier. See if I was to go there and I was to put 7 continents in it. Right, that would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. We'll see that big pond earlier. We'll see that big pond earlier. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. 7 continents in it. We'll see that big pond earlier. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. 7 continents in it. 7 continents in it. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. We'll see that big pond earlier. 7 continents in it. 7 continents in it. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. Again, this chart represents any flat earth map or model. Reality, the situation is a common man like us. Don't know really where we are. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. Hello guys, welcome back, and I'm just going to have another hangout just to bitch about everyone, just to talk about all the flat earth liars. This new approach they're taking, and it's Dell especially. I was listening to Dell tonight, and the guy's starting to worry me. When he starts calling people that believe in the globe criminal-minded, he's starting to worry me, man. I swear to God. But there's a few other things I wanted to talk about tonight. I've noticed this other thing in chat. This is it super chat? I noticed in Martin's hangout tonight. I'll share it with you guys. Hope you're having a good weekend. Aye. That's what I've got to say, guys. This super chat. Look at this, guys. In the Hangouts.
The super chat. Super chat. That's fucking weird, that. Look at that. Send a super chat. What the hell's this about, man? Look. A super chat. What's this? 300, 500 quid. 400, 300, 200. What the hell's this about? So we've got Wakey Wakey asking for £1,000,000. We've got ODT TV selling a map. Try and find that for you as well, guys. They're trying to rake in the cash here. They're desperately trying to rake in cash here. Right. Because I was looking for a map. ODD TV, he's selling one somewhere. But they're trying to make money off this shit, man. And it's not for YouTube. YouTube's just to get them noticed. Let's see. Where's his map? He's made a map. Do you know what? I'll even put his name in. I think it's something like this. Sort of fancy one. Yeah, let's see. The guy is selling a map because I found it. Oh, can I see it now, man? It's definitely kicking about somewhere. It wasn't under the ODD TV I found it. It was accidental I found it. But it was his image and he was selling it. It's like a sort of sprayed up one. Look at that. Oh man, I should have saved it. This dude's selling a map somewhere. This one. No. That ODD TV, he's got one somewhere, man. I fucking found it. It was $45 for a small one. Is it this one? We'll be back in a minute anyway, guys. I'm getting messages for stuff. £1. Get to fuck. I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. I've got to do something I forgot to do. Jedius is back. So, what's he saying? Where's this? Someone in chat. It's in red bubble. Right, let's search red bubble. Red bubble. What's this? Is this the right thing? Search. What? Right. So we can see the def. Oh, there's his one. This is ODDT's one, man. ODDTV. This is his one, man. There it is again. This is his map. Ah, look. Look. 140 centimeters by 140 centimeters, 22 quid. So they're trying to make money out of it, guys. There's no doubt. Where was the other one? He was selling just the image itself as well. What's this? This is ODD TV as well. Research Flat Earth. Wonder how many it is his. Let's see. That's Rebel. Might be quite a few people in here. Syrup Village. Well, we know ODD TV. That's his one. Yeah. There's tons of Flat Earth stuff, like. There's tons of it. There's rakes it, man. Rakes it. I heard Dell talking about Canon getting involved. Or, no, was it Canon? No, nope, Canon. The P900s, is it Nikon? Oh, it'd be great to get them involved. They kind of people. Endorse us. See, they want to make money out of this, like, definitely. I wonder who's buying this shit. Del Boy Dude. Lincoln. Del Boy Dude. They've got the... Well, I've got to say there's plenty of merchandise. If you need... Wait, that's not even flat earth, is it? So it looks like that's the end of the flat earth stuff, but aye. Yep. Definitely up to something. So they want to make money in this. Merchandise. Stickers. Oh, here we go. Flyer stickers. ODDTV again. For a small sticker. See how much a large one is. 10.90, 10.50. Right. Money, 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 money. It's all for the money. Look who's in here today.
That I wasn't sitting in the stew too long, and I just kind of took on this persona that that's being defined for me, and I really had to step away from flat Earth. And right now, I'm getting the fact that they're telling me that I need to choose. That was what the video was about. They're like, hey, you can't hang out with Jed Skeptic and then go on Dell's show and ask them a bunch of questions or offer them help, and you can't, you used to be on this channel, but now you can't do that because, and I'm getting told I'm being what I have to pick a definition, and I'm just refusing to do it.
And do what you want to do. Anyone tells me what they want to get to my hair off, it really makes me go the other way more. Really.
Yeah, I totally get it. I can see how they can take that. I think the whole saying, show me your friends and I'll tell you what you're about, kind of thing. I get it. But then they don't really know me, I haven't sniped nobody. I haven't done anything wrong, And it's a real weird thing to navigate in this little utopia that we live in.
Especially the flat Earth. It's a minefield, to say the least. What was that word you used? The what that we live in?
Utopia.
I like it.
I can't.
Jed bashed me and my friends for no reason. Knowledge scavenger saying this in chat. Not interested in any Jed hangouts. Jed did, says Victoria Sarton. I don't even know who this knowledge scavenger is. Go look, Vic. Bashed me and my friends.
Israel just disappeared.
No, I'm here. I just didn't hear the first part of the question.
So, how would you say the world of YouTube, in terms of
Satanic light? I can see you in chat, and I heard you on Jamie Brown's. Not very interested in what you've got to say at all, so you'll not be getting any link. But
every single aspect of everything we've talked about, the New Age stuff, the aspects that spin off it, the religion, all of it, that's flat Earth.
So this is Pillbox. Pillbox, Spectacles, Nathan Oakley, Martin, Knowledge Scavenger, and this Brian dude. He sounds like Pillbox as well. But what is this? Super chat. What is with the super chat, guys? I didn't notice that option when I started my. Hangout. Super chat.
All over, or like we were talking about before, joking around and being paid. But you know what I mean. It's there.
Aye, so I was listening to Dell earlier. And the guy just, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. He keeps saying proof. Dell keeps saying proof. And this is a word they keep trying to use against people who believe in the globe, is proof. But they've got no proof for flat Earth. There's no proof for flat Earth or spherical Earth. There's just evidence, guys. Just evidence.
That was something that sparked like a fire that really should have been put out real quick.
Vancouver. Jed, see my comment. Evidence is proof, Jed. Look, evidence is proof. Satanic light.
Yeah, when you got stuff like this happening and all those other things
That's the thing, guys.
it's literally a joke.
Like I said, you can have a belief. You can have a true belief. You could believe in something accidentally without actually researching it or gathering any justifications to believe in it. You'll just believe in that because you're told. And that's fair enough. That's like, if you want to have that belief, that's all right. But if you're gonna hold a belief, you're better having evidence to justify why you hold that belief. And like I said, I think there's so much evidence pointing towards the spherical Earth, and there's not a lot of evidence at all. All Dell relies on is empirical evidence, things that you can touch, see, taste. An empirical, like an empirical belief. The fact that he just believes in things that you can just see and touch with your senses. Like, it's just believing in things with your senses, just what you can touch and see, totally. But you can't always rely on your senses. Look at dreams and stuff. You can have dreams, or you can your senses aren't perfect. So I think they abuse the words like proof and shit like that. Fact, they use that. I think everyone's got beliefs. Whether their beliefs are true or false, that depends on how much evidence you've got to justify your beliefs. And I think flat earthers are really wrong, and they are deliberately avoiding certain evidence. Like star rotation. And Dell's Hangout tonight, not one person mentioned that lunar eclipse last night. How weird is that? For people who are supposed to believe in flat earth and we're getting our reality hidden from us, and let's do observable, repeatable evidence experiments. Why did not one person in Dell's Hangout talk about the lunar eclipse last night? Not one person. You'll notice they'll start avoiding these things now. The lunar eclipse was last night, and not one flat earther is talking about it because it goes against their belief. And I like Spec here. This guy's Spec. Quite like him.
Why? Because it's getting people off.
I like Spec, but just like I quite like Cathexis. Spec reminds me of Cathexis. He's one of these sympathizers. But it gets tiring after a while. It gets tiring to the point where something is obviously wrong, and these people are kind of saying it's all right for it to be wrong. And in a way, it is all right for them to be wrong, but to be going around the streets telling people that believe in the globe they're wrong, and telling people who believe in the globe that they're criminally minded. That's what Del was saying earlier, that we're criminally minded. How fucking weird's that? But that's stranger. That this whole send a super chat. That's weird, man. That is just weird. Look, they're even bitching about me in the chat here. I don't know what Jed said. Cathexis. Is that his channel? Let's see. No, it's a fake channel. Yes, I think there's a fake Jedinism as well. Aye. So, like I said, guys, I think they're ramping it up with the money. There's definitely been a pattern where it's been going towards cash. This super chat stuff. Wait till Sunday, tomorrow's and Globebusters. They'll have it as well. This will just be a wee tester with Martin and Nathan Oakley.
On the subject of fake news, I won't mention who I was having a conversation with, but I was recommending a site that
talking about fake news. Channel 4 in Britain, the Channel 4 channel had fake news week. All week they had fake news. It was weird.
Absolute mockery of real news, because it's real news, it's found footage and stuff. So I explained that, and the person I was telling said, no.
Right, we're going to see who's all in tonight. There's Satanic Light, trolling as usual. There's David Quintana, P. Mars.
But that's kind of the point. So I remember when
Kofu. No, I've not seen Kofu's latest video. Mr. B, but I'll have a look.
80 people or something ludicrous. And when that happened, what I immediately remember seeing was a truck ploughed through a crowd of people in I don't know, Singapore or something like that. And it's smashed through a crowd, and you absolutely see it happen. And what you see is the truck be mangled as it smashes into stuff, and very quickly come to a halt.
Kofu 72, right?
To a crowd of dense stuff, people, right? So that it comes to a quick halt, and what you then see is 7 or 8 people stumbling around with their legs ripped off, gushing blood everywhere, people in, abject pain,
Can't I find anything for Kofu?
Chaos and pandemonium.
Kofu, sorry.
Those types of videos for the Paris attack. John Lepon immediately started live streaming it, and it paused it on what was said to be found footage,
Kofu versus Dubé.
Paused it on sandbag style, resuscitation dummy, whatever,
What?
Hey guys, Crackback here. Now I'm recording this standing on the North Island of New Zealand. I'm at 37 degrees south, 176 degrees east. The P900 behind me is pointing at the constellation Sigma Montanus.
Nice. Look at that. Clockwise. South.
The camera's set up around about 180 degrees south. Show you. Here's the compass on my iPhone. But I know south, and that is north. That is east, and that is west.
Cool. In the northern hemisphere, we see it going Orion's belt. Orion's belt in the northern hemisphere acts like the sun. It rises in the east and sets in the west in that fashion, in that movement from east to west. Orion moves across the sky. In the southern hemisphere, the Orion's belt moves from west to east. And I think it's upside down as well. Nice. Nice. You see, it was going clockwise because in the southern hemisphere, the stars travel clockwise. Nice, true earther. I like the sound of that. A true earther. Ah, nice. That was nice. Nice one. Big shout to Kofo72, sorry. Kofo72. Nice. Right. This one's pretty cool as well. It was verses. How long's that one? Nah, it's LSC Earth. Again, the star trails, well, you can see the stars moving here anti-clockwise. So this must be the north. And this guy, this channel, this has nothing to do with flat Earth. This is just a dude filming the stars. It's got no agenda for the flat Earth or the globe Earth. It's just someone filming the stars. You can see here, they're going anti-clockwise. I'm getting emails. I'm getting text messages and emails at this fucking time of night, eh? Cool, cool. I'm going to be here for a while. I'm on holiday now anyway. I'm on holiday for college for a week. A whole week, guys. So, it's going to be a late one tonight, actually. Polaris. See that, Antonio? That's Polaris. And if you try and apply this on any flat earth model, it just doesn't work. You see, that's probably more the equator, these ones. See that you can see this one's more on the equator, looking east or west, because it goes up in a straight line. And this is obviously the southern star trails, so they're going clockwise. Amazing. Clockwise, guys. Clockwise. So if anybody in flat earth can explain why the stars do this, this is Sigma Octantis. It's a star constellation. It's not an exact center, but it's the closest thing to the center of the axis, the southern pole of Earth. It's the closest. It's not exactly on the point of the axis, but it's the closest, where Polaris is one star and it's practically centered. Nice footage, guys. So, like I said, I've listened to quite a few Hangouts tonight and all through the week, and I've not heard much about the lunar eclipse. So we'll see if we can see if anyone got that lunar eclipse yesterday. Yesterday, 11th. Anyone catch it? It was too cloudy here. Someone missed the lunar eclipse, but they got the... I wonder if Rahu will show up. Dude, it's either a lunar eclipse or it's not. That's just a full moon, man. Did anyone see any decent lunar eclipse footage from yesterday? Right. Jed, do planes drop off GPS over? That's another troll. Dick tripping balls. Skyrim is flat too, says Mistress Astrid. Donger's reckless daughter. Oh, there's a few shills in tonight. Well, trolls, should I call them. P&K Space Imaging did a live stream of yesterday. Right, let's see. Have a look at that, Mr. B. Thanks for the information once again. Is it here? Holy shit. Look at the footage on that, man. Holy crap. Look how close these guys can get. Nearly landed on the moon, man, with that footage. Look at that. Look at that. No way. I've seen that crater quite a lot, that one with a wee thing inside it. Oh, look, guys, it's a lunar wave. No way, look at that. That's unbelievable footage. So, people, how could you think that this is just a self-luminous torch in the sky? Look at this, guys. Look at the shadows. That's unreal. Yeah, let's see if we see any eclipse. Look, it's like a constant lunar wave, and I bet you not one person on that said anything about lunar waves. It'll just be the atmosphere. That's crazy. I'm going to subscribe to that. Like, how cool is that? That's crazy. Look at the detail, man. That's unbelievable. The Earth is flat. The sky is a dome. There is no such thing as satellites. We never went to the moon, etc. No, it's not. No, it's not. Yes, there are. Yes, we did. All above are conspiracy theories that cannot be backed up by scientific evidence. Until you can prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt with testable evidence, they will stay as just conspiracy theories. We will not debate it in the chat. Want to prove it? Do it on your own channel. So, P and K Space Imaging, it looks like they've had a lot of maybe trouble with flat earthers. This is like a notice to them. And I agree with them. The sky is not a dome. I'm not too sure about the whole moon thing. Like the first moon landings, I think could be debated. But have we been there since? Maybe. I don't know. I've not got any evidence to say they definitely didn't either. So it's just hunches, really. Yeah, it's all hunches, guys. Crazy though. The wolf moon. Pretty awesome though. I take it you got the eclipse. Let's see if you got the eclipse. I hope he doesn't mind me showing some of this. If it helps his cause as well, I suppose. There's Rahu, guys. Look, there's Rahu eating the moon. No, that's the Earth's shadow. Big clouds. Amazing footage, man. Not the greatest lunar eclipse footage, mind you. But it's adverts every fucking 10 minutes. That's pretty cool, man. Nice one. Right, have a look in chat, see who's all in. If Jed did some research, he would know it was in a full eclipse last night. It could have been seen with a scope. No, I just heard about a lunar eclipse, Dick. And I couldn't see it anyway because it was too cloudy here. May I join? We'll see, man. We'll see if you can join. I'll think about it. If Validation Boy is out there listening, if you've got your gripe you want to have with me, I'm sure I could send you a link. Let's hear what you have to say for your sellout self. Your sellout self. I'm going to make some coffee anyway, so don't let him join Jed. He stole my virginity. The Satanic light. You don't really offer much. Right, anyway. Are these gimps still talking?
A group of us, Brian and then some others of us that used to do Hangouts. I'm associated with Flat Earth Mafia.
Jim Panda. All right, Flatsters.
Right now, they're kind of not sure which one they want to call it, but Jimmy's a good friend of mine, and we all mostly have been talking privately since things blew up at Hillbillies. There really hasn't been a lot of public hangouts, and then of course recently I was at Poncho's and that blew up, so I don't know, maybe I should stay out of them. So, but for what I do all day...
Not even Jem will hang out with Jed, says Synthetic. Dread.
Mostly retired, but
Listen to them, they bitch about me all the time.
that's why I'm always on.
Why do they bitch about me all the time?
Just watching YouTube all
See with Poncho Pete.
the time.
Poncho Pete's the same, man. He can't help himself.
My channel is mostly, I started out just putting up things that I was tinkering with on my
Oh my god, who's that weirdo?
watch some videos on how to make
Spend 14 hours a day on the
Oh my god, look at the freaks and Larrys.
It's a frozen wasteland out there.
Oh, look at these. This is Savo-chan, guys. Check Savo-chan it.
But Pete, I love you, man.
This is Total Savo-chan. Larry,
Cool, man. I
Pete. Look how creepy these guys are. Savo-chan. Pete.
The truth is obvious to me.
you don't have a choice, Pete. You got to follow
Pete.
your heart. I
That's
get it.
right. I don't have a choice because at the end of the
Pete,
day,
you're running Savo-chan.
If we don't do something about this,
Exactly.
The children.
we're never going to get out of this.
The children.
I know, Pete. It's going to take a lot of work, and we're just forming friendships now. And
Oh my god, rings. You're forming rings.
figure out where people are. Now, another thing, Pete, are all over the place. It's like grade school up in the high school.
Oh,
and
the
college.
creeps, these guys, man.
You got people that kind of get the idea. You get solid
Anthony.
people, and then you have the idea. Okay.
Pete, you're a creep.
Okay.
You started Savo-chan.
I'm not a creator. Okay. Luckily I got in at the next big.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to come back. I'm going to make a coffee. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, I'm back with a coffee. I'm going to send out the link to a few people, and we'll just wait for them to arrive. Like I said, we can talk about a few things tonight. It doesn't have to be just flat Earth. Right, this will take me a couple of minutes. That's one link sent. You send it a couple more. There's another one sent out, and let's see. Right, guys, so that's the link being sent out to a few people. We'll see who turns up. I sent the link to Validation Boy because they had a wee bit of a problem with me, and I've got a wee bit of a problem with him. So if he wants to make his claim, he can come aboard. I've sent a link to Tim and Vancouver, Glenn. Vancouver, BC, you're welcome to come on, man. So
stoves out of is helps to clarify meaning in many cases, spelling and punctuation. As I said a little bit ago, you can turn the meaning of a sentence or passage completely upside down with it.
who's Knowledge Scavenger? I recognize her voice. Nathan Oakley's take a massive dip. He's took a massive dip in the flat Earth. He's got that low. He's just going around trolling chats. It's getting quite pathetic with Nathan Oakley, actually.
They supply a verb that isn't there, that they may put forward to the next passage instead of getting it as the Greek requires from the previous passage, and turn the meaning inside out and upside down. And it's just, this is the stuff.
Check Poncho Chan out, man. That's total Jimmy Savile Chan, like.
Right. I do have an open line Skype video around.
They're creepy.
And Vinny understood what's going on.
Is this what's been left? I've noticed this in Flat Earth as well, that there's quite a lot of old people in it. There's not a lot of young people in it. Young people are too smart nowadays, I think, to fall for all this.
That's why we need to get the young ones in.
All
up,
right,
Jed?
Tim.
Good, man. How you doing?
All right, man. Wait there. I'll turn this Savo chan off. You know.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. He even complains about his back. I haven't really watched for like 2 weeks, but I was tuning in, and he was like, his back was hurting because he was sitting on a couch all day too much. It's like, dude, go do something, man.
I could hear him making noises. He was like, oh.
Yeah. He's trying to get like pillows to make it comfortable. But if you sit down on your ass all day, like a lot of Americans do, you're gonna have issues, man. It's not healthy. He looks a lot better than he used to, though, huh?
I triggered him the other night there, just playing my game. It was quite funny to him. He must have been listening to my Hangout, taking the piss out of him. And he started getting triggered, and he just went on all night. I went to my bed, and he was still on in the morning, like with pictures of me and everything. It was pretty hilarious, man.
Wow. Yeah,
how you been doing anyway?
Good, man. Good.
How's the holiday?
Oh, it's always holiday. But actually, I'm working down here for once. But I mean, I can't really not work.
What is it that you do, man?
Well, I teach MMA, but mostly wrestling.
Cool.
Yeah, I've been wrestling. My latest video is actually going to put a wrestling video of me when I was like 10 wrestling this girl, I think. Yeah, I got state champion, but yeah, I had to wrestle this girl, and yeah, I was going to put Dell on it because I threw her around, man. And it's like, they actually made a documentary about it, and because this girl, I guess, didn't have long to live or something like that, and so yeah, they came in and did a documentary and like interviewed me and all kinds of shit.
What? So a girl never had long to live, and you wrestled her?
Dude, they put me in front of this woman. I mean, well, truthfully, at that age, their boy and a girl are basically the same. Like, once testosterone hits and shit, I mean, the male body definitely, the physique and stuff is much different. But at that age, like, they can wrestle each other, and it's pretty even, actually, if they're good. Yeah.
Were you both the same age?
Yeah, absolutely.
No way.
Yeah, I think I was 10, I believe.
And you wrestled a girl?
Yeah.
And you're gonna make a video of that?
Yeah, just little clippets.
Don't, man. I'm telling you, maybe that's culture in America. Maybe that's acceptable in America. But if that happened over here in the UK, if we wrestled a girl our age, even at 10, and we'd be like, oh, that just wouldn't happen over here, man. Like, we wouldn't get beat up for that. Like,
well, look, this is the thing that, once political correctness has creeped in, as it has in many different facets, they have equal rights, and it's them that pushed for it, to have co-ed. So it wasn't the males that wanted to, do that, because it's not very comfortable.
So why do you take pride in it then, man? If you know that we're the superior, right, and you kicked her ass, right? Right, so you kicked her ass and made a documentary.
All right, I'll grab some other video of me wrestling. Me in a singlet, like 12 years old, man. Funny.
So what kind of weight bracket are you in?
Well, I was walking around in Denver like 170, but I'm down to 145 right now, actually.
145?
Probably about 147, but yeah. But
that's like that's Conor McGregor's kind of weight. Well, that's the weight he's got the belt at. He struggles to get down to that weight nowadays.
Oh, it's not very fun.
When you see Conor McGregor losing the weight to get down to 145, he just looks like a skeleton, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually got beat by a vegan too, so maybe he shouldn't do that again.
But then he beat him,
Did they rematch?
They rematched, man. And then he beat Diaz.
Oh wow.
I
Like a submission or what?
um let me remember. I think he knocked. I think he just like. I think he knocked him on the ground and maybe just fucking hammer fisted him, to submission sort of thing.
Oh,
I can't remember. I think he finished him in the. Or no. Do you know what happened? It went to points, man. I think it went to
wow.
points.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
think it
because
went to.
Diaz, dude, yeah, he's never
Because
knocked out.
I think Diaz was going on the ground, and I think Conor McGregor was just standing back. He wasn't going to roll about on the ground with him, and he was letting him stand back up again. He was just boxing him, and he was just superior with the boxing power. Diaz is a good boxer, but McGregor's got a lot of power for a sort of small guy. He's got that small center of gravity. McGregor.
Yeah, yeah, he's built all right, but um, I mean, it seems like a lot of nowadays, most fighters are really wanting to get their ground game a lot better. Not just submissions, but the wrestling part, because controlling people's weight, basically with your weight,
Mm-hmm.
it's just it knocks all of the energy out when you're trying to fight. So uh, you've seen a lot. I mean, it's kind of almost a boring sometimes when you got like a takedown artist just taking guys down, and just laying on them.
I appreciate the grapplings, and I appreciate the jiu-jitsu as well, like I said before. But I do like the striking, man. I do like seeing someone getting a good punch or an uppercut in the jaw.
Yep.
I like, because I know that feeling. I've been hit like that before, and it's a horrible. It's not even pain. You don't even feel pain. It's like a taste. It's like a sensation. It's like a strange taste in the back of your throat. And it goes. It's like you can almost taste it in your brain. it's like a shock. It is. It's
Getting
like
hit in the nose sucks, but
it's like a blinding shock.
with like someone's head, dude, when you're wrestling. Oh, yeah, that's not fun.
Like, but I could deal with the striking, but getting my leg twisted back or my arm twisted again, I couldn't deal with that kind of pain, man. That's a different kind of pain.
So unfortunately, I guess to change the subject, I guess John LeBon didn't make it to Dell's echo chamber today, huh?
Now that there was Tim, I thought what you said on his show kind of wrapped it up.
I think it did too.
I think if you couldn't get through to him with what you said, you were pretty concise, and if you couldn't get through to him with what you said, no one can get through. Not John LeBon, but John LeBon couldn't do it either. Like he was just
very easy. It's very easy to be concise with his arguments. Yeah, he's using what I call a presuppositional inductive logic, where his premise is, there is no measurable curvature. Water cannot conform to the exterior of shapes and is flat. A vacuum cannot be attached to a non-vacuum. The globe is 100% not a sphere, or the Earth is, rather. So these are very easy to pick apart, mostly with logic. How strong is the inference? What is the probability of the conclusion given the premises? So all those premises is what he has. That's all he has to work with. Because if he looked up at the sky and actually did natural science, he would be seeing that there are two celestial poles as well as arc star trails. Right there, you got to just at least say that is a spherical object somehow. Mostly when latitude, you can be on similar latitudes to people and see the same thing at the same angles in the sky. And with circumnavigation, with people being able to use, the North Pole, South Pole, whatever, to navigate, it's a game, that you have to take everything into effect. You can't just say, you are all criminals who, come on. And I came onto this one guy's show because he made a video about me, and I saw that he posted a link in the chat. So I came on about 4 different times with 4 different voices the other day. And oh, dude, it was hilarious. I'll have to give you that clip, man.
Who was it? Was it that Jamie Brown guy?
Yeah, man. I don't like to make fun of people, but he's not a very mentally functioning individual, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I went on one of these hangouts, by the way. It was I think it was a couple of hangouts ago, because that Truth, what's his name? Truth Hub. Truth Hub guy. This Truth Hub.
Oh yeah, Flat Earth
Um,
Truth Hub or whatever.
Flat Earth Hub or Flat Earth Truth Hub or whatever his name. Tory and kind of two brothers. Well, he's been kind of trolling my comments and saying stuff to me, and I noticed him and Dell like to hang around in that Jamie's chat, so I go to that chat as well just to noise them up. I noise Dell up and that.
Nice. Well, you'll be happy to hear that I definitely, once I joined, removed him from the group because I needed a soapbox to speak on. So,
well, I was listening to I was listening to that hangout because Cathexis was there as well, and so was P Mars.
yeah, at the end, my performance was near to the beginning, I believe.
Oh, right, because I came back and everyone just sort of disappeared. I was like, what the fuck's what's happened?
Yeah.
Was that you again?
No, I didn't snipe him. I wouldn't mess with him. He can have his hangout and, whatever, because they're not going to go anywhere. But I would like to point out, I did see Globusters announcing there will be merchandise announced on Sunday, I believe.
No way.
And turns out that whoever asked the question was a complete sock account that wasn't commenting even before. So it just, you know what I'm saying? So somebody came on with a sock account and asked this random question about Globusters merchandise. And he's like, he's got like explanation points like, yeah, wait till Sunday,
Oh, no way.
Yeah. And, Jaronism has super chat as well. Jaron also had a 30 minute expose explaining how to pay him through Bitcoin on that new show with, Nathan Lift the Veil guy.
Really?
Yeah, about 30 minutes towards the end, I was like, what the heck?
No way, man. This is it. They're cashing in. This is it, man. This is, they've moved up a couple of gears. I can feel it because that wacky was going on about £1 million. Then I heard there's a couple of others. I seen ODD TV selling stuff, and I thought, how's he selling? He's selling stuff secretly? It's like he's doing it on the internet. He's not talking about it on YouTube. He's just got it out there on the internet.
Yeah, total scam, man.
Oh, it's a big scam, man. And I bet you
what it teaches you, and it should show people that are supposed truthers and supposed against the, the government or whatever, the man, that truth is not free when it comes to flat Earth, all right? Because it seems as though all of the flat earthers are trying to cash in. Jaron, like I said, has about 10 different ways to pay him. It's just, it's unbelievable. So, yeah, that's why I call it flat Earth sophism, because if you look at the other side, you look at any of the debunkers, you look at a Jed Skeptic, you look at Tim Osman, Gem Panda, any of these guys, none of them have any fucking ads, dude.
Mm-hmm.
So are we a part of some kind of a, PSYOP government group? Well, no. And I hope these people figure out that we're actually spending time talking about the subject when it's very silly in the first place. To try to help them out, and we're not getting fucking any money from it. Uh-huh. So at least me, I rarely don't make money with my endeavors.
I spend a lot of time doing this shit, man. I shouldn't really. I feel I've had lots of messages from people saying, Jed, stop wasting your time with these flat earth idiots, man. Can stop it. Again, I don't know what it is, Tim, man. Something fucking just pulls me back. It's like,
because you see the charlatans. I've talked to Gem Panda about this very thing. I believe he's probably.
Yeah, it must be the same thing that flat earthers must think when they see NASA.
I've heard Cordis. I've heard all the Earth discussions. People say it. Even for me, somebody that actually does want to do research into the Earth. Now even with Google, YouTube, wherever you try to find stuff out at, you're gonna get a bunch of this nonsense flat Earth sophism, pseudoscience, and it's like Cathexis, he likes to give these ad hoc excuses to Jaron all the time. Like I heard him say that he was, on the phone with him till 4 a.m. trying to explain how they changed the longitude lines so that, it was the pyramids, and maybe that, the pyramids are making the southern star rotations or something, like, why, dude? I got upset with Cathexis last night, and I just really... thing with me is, if you're going to misrepresent me continuously, I'm just not going to pretend like you're my friend.
Well,
Uh,
I find it frustrating listening to Cathexis sometimes because it feels like he's smart
is.
enough to know that the evidence is there to support a spherical world rather than
Yes.
the flat Earth. He knows it's there, but to be relevant, he wants to stay on the side of the flat earthers, so he entertains them by like just entertaining their ideas and actually taking it further for them. Sometimes
Yep.
he develops their ideas for them. Sometimes
He
and you're like, "What
does.
are you
I
doing,
heard.
Cathexis? Shut up, man!" Again, you just give them
Yep.
you're giving them their shit, and it's
I heard
frustrating.
Spurs talking his nonsense. I hear people all the time, talking. It's a more refined version of the flat Earth elementary clues, So yeah, it does, and captivate these people that seem to be in this mindset that the Earth is flat, 100% not a sphere, and
And
he's actually helping the thing that I was trying to stop. So he's not really my friend in any way.
it's like uh, they are right. Guys like Cathexis are right when they say, "Oh, it's good for people to look into this and stuff like this." But when you've got guys like Dell, who to me are becoming really, it's like an aggressive religious movement, and it's like they're calling us criminally minded, scummy, the scummy, the scummy. He said tonight, the things they say about us, and we're meant to just sit there and like take it. And Cathexis sympathizes for these people, and we're just being horrible. But the thing is, I think it is good to have like a philosophical debate about flat Earth, but it's gone
Absolutely.
beyond that now. It's gone past that.
It
I think.
is. It is. It's first of all a charlatan movement, and second of all, I understand his argument that he's said hundreds of times to me, literally, where he has found something great out of this, exploring different cosmologies,
Mhm.
and I just tell him continuously that 95% of these people or more are not getting the same experience that you're getting. Okay, you're more philosophically minded, they're going to be more dogmatic, they're going to change their life because of it, and it's not really ever for the benefit to them.
Mhm.
So I mean, I really don't feel like a bad guy when I try to help these people out in different ways, because we all have our different tactics. And there's the nice guy, the apologist, the asshole, the troll, but it is it makes the world different tactics to get through to people.
And
So
you didn't want to sound like an arrogant asshole because we're not certain. We're not certain on anything, and this is what I'm trying to say about Dell. He's using this language like proofs and facts. Nobody's certain on anything. Again, me and you, Tim, have to still keep our mind open that this could be a flat Earth and all the rest of it. But what we've seen so far, what our justification for thinking it's a spherical Earth, we've got enough evidence to back our justifications. They've not. It's like they've got a belief, fair enough, but they've not got the evidence to back why they believe in flat Earth. They've only got like two or three things, like what they see, and Earth sticks water doesn't conform to a shape, and it's a couple of things, and it's to me. It's been healthy, but now they're blatantly denying evidence presented to them. Like you said, the Star Trails is a killer, it's a total killer, and they're totally denying it. They're turning away from it. And when you see people turning away from obvious evidence, to me that's that's not being
intellectually honest, it's not.
I don't know why I keep
It's
repeating that
it's
because I keep
being
hearing that.
dogmatic,
I hear that
you
like
know.
that intellectually, that's been. But I don't know why I keep saying it over and over again. But it is. You need to be open. I was open to all the evidence for flat Earth. I opened my mind to the flat Earth, and they want you to just close your mind on the globe. And I'm still open-minded to the flat Earth, but they've shut their minds to the globe, totally shut it. And
Yes.
and when you shut your mind like that, that's when you become closed-minded. And like you said, a dogmatist, he is a total dogmatist. Dell and most flat earthers, even guys like Validation Boy who admit it. I've sent him a link so he can come on tonight and tell us what his problem is, sort of thing. But still waiting.
Yeah. I don't know. With him, it doesn't matter. Actually, for me, this subject is so null. And when you hear these guys so vehement and so vitriolic and using that F word continuously, just it seems to be really just pointless at this time to continue with this. I'm done with Dell. If he wants to come on and chat, I'd come chat with him or whatever. But he's got to understand these arguments are arguments from incredulity,
Oh,
and
he's
he
very
cannot justify them.
he
Just
contradicts
like you're
himself
saying.
all the time. He says he doesn't stand by any map or model, but when he was trying to explain to that guy, he said, imagine 7 continents in that pond. Do you know what I mean? So right away, he was putting a visual image in that guy's mind of a body of water flat with 7 continents in it.
Well, look, he premises with uh, water cannot stick to the exterior of any shape. Okay, so any shape, triangle, uh,
Cube.
polygon, whatever. So what is left logically? Okay, and then couple that with that statement you just had, where you say, "Look at that pond." If 7 continents were in there, that's pretty much reality.
Uh-huh.
This guy is beyond elementary flat Earth. It's funny to see. It's funny to see how flat earthers really don't help each other better their own arguments. How can like 100 plus people that maybe some of them are flat earthers just completely hook, line, and sinker go with him and never say, hey, that's not a really good argument. How do you know that?
Well, I think you can notice by some of the people that join the panel, they sound like quite weak people. And Dell, to me, I think represents like a strong voice for their cause. And because they can't express themselves and they're too scared to go in the streets or even tell their own families they're too scared, but they look at Dell as this symbol of like speaking out against these globers and they're turning to him. These weak people are turning to a strong figure like Dell because they see him as a strong, powerful figure. And most people that come on his panel, you hear them when Dell says something, they laugh nervously, like ha ha ha, and it's that nervous. You can just tell.
And if they interrupt him, it'll be like, oh, sorry, sorry.
Sorry. It's like I saw that with Ali. He kind of them, and it was like when a dog kind of flinches for like a horrible owner. See, when you see a horrible owner, sometimes move their hand and you see the dog flinching, like you see like a dog flinching for the cruel owner, and that's what reminded me, like the beaten up dog that's sitting in the corner when he interrupted again, when he maybe tried to get me meat off the plate. Like,
well, he is the alpha male of the situation, obviously. So he's almost type A personality, I would say, but yeah, I mean. That's why he's got to act.
Language. See, when he's interviewing people on the street, his body language is almost like a karate, a combat position. Well, in boxing, we call it orthodox, the way he stands, or your southpaw or your orthodox. But he's standing there with that mic in his hand, and it almost is like he's standing in a combative pose towards these people, and they're standing there kind of like leaning back, and you can just
he does feel threatening. I would assume to some people, because he is a pretty big dude.
I'm trying to scale his height because I noticed he looked quite small to the guy in Edinburgh, and there was the big dude in Edinburgh.
Gotcha.
Because I'm 6'3" and I'm trying to figure out how tall would I be standing next to Dell? You know what I mean? If this guy turned up at my door, could I actually handle him? Is he just a wee fat guy?
Sometimes you can't tell, man. Like Matt Serra, I've met some of the fighters, and Uriah Faber I met, and the camera does something.
Uriah Faber's like a wee surfer guy. He's only like 5.
He's very small, dude. Yeah, he's like 6 inches smaller than me, dude. Like literally, yeah. So, yeah, it seems weird, but I guess you're a pretty big dude. I guess you probably.
Slim, man. I'm quite slim. I'm wiry.
Yeah,
I'm probably like Nick Diaz, that sort of build, slim.
That's actually, truthfully, with experience with the martial arts, obviously, like it is the best body type. That's the Bones Jones, the long limbs.
You've got the speed and you've got a bit of power as well. And you're that middle-sized guy. You're not too big and slow, and you're not too small. And what I like about the small guys is they can still knock each other out. That's the thing, because they're equal. So, but if you put like a Conor McGregor against like somebody like Brosner, what's his name? Brosner. What was that guy's name? The wrestler guy. I think
Lesnar?
Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even think Brock Lesnar is a good fighter, but I think his sheer size, he would just run over to Conor McGregor and lie on top of him and just suffocate him.
Yeah, dude. Big old dude.
But no, Dell is quite a big guy. And obviously people can tell he's an alpha male. You know what I mean? He's an alpha male kind of character. But that doesn't mean he's right.
And stuff too. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And
well, he's basically creating his own cult, dude. I mean, if you notice that, basically, if you watch one of the shows, you've watched all of the shows. So, I don't know how long you can keep that rhetoric and all those mantras, interesting to the viewer. I mean, seriously.
It's baffling me, man. It's totally. I'm turning around my missus. I'm like, he's getting more and more viewers here, and he's still saying the same thing that he said like 4 Hangouts ago. And it was like they don't even start anything even off topic interesting.
Yeah, that little shack is his pulpit, dude. He literally, man, he's preaching, dude. He's preaching.
He's definitely like I am getting like a feeling of like religiousness for him. It's definitely I don't know what his motivations are. Do you think he actually really believes in this shit, man?
Yeah, I do. You know what? I have a theory I would like to explain from one of my good friends that noticed something. I didn't really watch much of Dell, but I guess Dell came in it with one of his pals, right? So he has a real life friend that is a flat earther. Okay. Mm-hmm. So most people are like, if you notice, like Poncho, all these people don't really have real life friends, and it's the community. So it's kind of a theory that maybe he's so dogmatic I mean, he's got a pal that he can hang out with a lot, that confirms his confirmation bias. Yeah, what a fucking flat. NASA's full of shit. Everything's fake. CGI. I mean.
So what you're saying here is that maybe because he's brought it so much into his life, like he probably sits there preaching it to his family, preaching it to his friends, preaching at his work, wherever he works. He's probably like, and people are probably that scared to disagree with him that his whole reality is true. It's really happening because no one's arguing with me about it. And when they do try and argue, they fold. Okay, no, they probably fold because they didn't want punched in the mouth.
Yep.
And so maybe you're right. And it's not just on YouTube for him; it's his mates and his family and everyone around him. And maybe he feels that he is right because no one's arguing with him.
Exactly. And he's got it to where everybody that does have a disagreement with him, he's got to be very vitriolic towards, and show me the proof, and I mean, I'm really glad. I'm going to say it again to you, but I'm really glad that you could see the mental games that I was playing with him. I literally went in there with questions in mind that I wanted to ask him because I know his arguments, they're very weak. And I completely, to a flat earther, he won because they like that rhetoric and those mantras. Mm-hmm. But to anybody with, more logic in their brain, they probably were thinking that, he got stomped. It was embarrassing.
But even just his reaction when you left, he was like, he started. Yeah. He said you were starting to have an attitude and things like that, and I didn't even hear the tone in your voice change. You were the same all the way through. You didn't get excited or angry or anything. You were like, thank you, and you said see you later, and you were gone. And then he continued, people like that, he continued. He said
clever, clever argumentation, I believe he said. Which is funny because it is compared to his.
It's true.
So they're walking hypocrites, and he's one of the worst, man, because he's I was going to point out in the video that I'd make it. I don't even care anymore really to make it, but that these people like Cathexis and him will go around saying, pointing the finger, oh, look at your beliefs, and it's like they have so many presuppositions and beliefs in their heads already. So it's like they believe that water's flat, not cathexis, you know, but most flat earthers, they believe a lot of these things, and none of it has anything to do with natural science or science in general. It's just really an argument from incredulity. It's an argument from ignorance. And what I like to point out is me, Jed, Gem Panda, all these guys, I mean, we're pretty much laymen's. You know, there's not many people in these fields and not many people really that interested in these fields. And not only that, it's very intricate. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of different aspects. So, you know, you see all these debunk videos, like I just saw Morgile put one up. I don't, you know, I'm not going to watch it, but I'm guessing that he's debunking either a kid or somebody that is an idiot trying to say stupid shit like Zach Hubbard did on Jeranism's show. So they never come on and talk to a Negator X or anything like that on their channels. But I'll sometimes rope them into, you know, talking to a little bit heavier hitters that aren't just going to be like just having bad arguments that aren't even true for the globe.
I think
So
one of the main things you have to do when you argue with people that believe in flat Earth is never use NASA or satellites or stuff like that as an evidence, even if you believe it's true.
Did you notice my argumentation? It has nothing ever to do with NASA, because I understand their situation. They do have questions about it, and a lot of them are arguments from incredulity, like bubbles in space and all this crap. 17,000 miles an hour, whoa, you know. But it's just more plausible, you know. Mostly with like satellites and stuff, we can see them, you can track them. And you know, they're obviously making circle routes around the Earth. So I mean, you're gonna have to explain all this stuff on the flat Earth, which none of it is explained at all. You know.
Well,
they think it's solid.
Well, I've just realized, because I've filmed a lunar eclipse, I've filmed a solar eclipse, I've filmed the phases like for like a week, 2 weeks, whatever it was, and I've realized that all this was evidence I've gathered myself, first-hand evidence. So when I argue a flat earther, I've actually done first-hand stuff. Whether they've looked at Eric Dubay videos, whatever, and it was really good. That's second, third, fourth-hand evidence that they're using for their belief. So my belief's like more solid, because
that's why I call them presuppositionalists, because they have premises that they're trying to prove, whereas people like me and you can go, you know, what fits on the Earth, what doesn't make sense on the globe, and you start checking everything that is actually fitting on the globe. Now, if you want to say, you know, a vacuum doesn't stick to a non-vacuum or whatever, and that's another point that I brought up to him. So he's going around telling people, you know, it's natural science, you know, it's a dome. And it's like, you know, we don't have any examples of a varying pressure system in an enclosure. So it's a bad argument altogether for him to say that.
Well, before it was testable, repeatable, observable, but the last couple of hangouts he's thrown in scalable now, and what is made out of? It's like,
what a clown.
You shouldn't have to know the composition of a star or the sun or the moon to observe it and watch it and learn the patterns of it and create a hypothesis. You don't have to learn what it's made from. But he's now sort of thrown that in, and the scalability.
See, this is what I have problems with the Cavendish, you know, because obviously water isn't scalable. So, you know, when we make these mathematical constructs to explain things and say, hey, the mass of the Earth is X, when we're doing something, you know, a quadrillionth the size, an experiment, you know, and just making a mathematical construct from it, I have issues with that as well. I'm not going to believe that that's not, you know, very accurate at all. Or maybe it is, who knows? But yeah, go ahead.
It was the same with the 8-inch per square mile stuff. And every time I see these diagrams, it's always a perfect circle cutting a line through it. And it's like, when you think of the Earth, it isn't a perfect circle, flat. So I don't know how the 8-inch per square mile kind of works on our Earth as a reality.
Let me explain this. Let me explain this. There is a difference between measuring for obstruction, and there is a difference between seeing curvature or measuring for curvature. So basically there's three or more maths that you can come to that will be pretty precise. But what you really have to envision, and a good example is when Jaron brings up people in New York and people in California. Why, if you're walking down a ball, and they're, persons walking towards each other, why don't they end up in a ditch?
Uh-huh.
That's the flat earth mentality, right? Because what they're measuring for, and he knows this, that measurement should not be taken over 100 miles, period. It is, that equation is an exponential equation. How, that doesn't make a circle, right? So when we do these, tangent lines from California to New York, the middle of that tangent line is not on the surface of the earth. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's a sphere above it.
Uh-huh.
So they're taking tangent lines that are from the ground to the ground through the earth and saying, why aren't we going and walking? Look, I had to, do some stuff to figure this out after about 2 years. I came into this, that just pretend the earth is a perfect sphere. If we were walking on it at the dimensions it is right now, 25,000 miles in circumference,
Uh-huh.
it would be basically flat, right? It basically is flat world, but it is a globe. And it's hard to understand because really, when you're talking about a sphere and you're walking on the sphere, it's more about taking the radius into perspective, because it's always going to be the same, right? All the way around, no matter, so these simple concepts.
Well, the way I see it, you can break the sphere up into little tiles. You can make little tiles all out. You can make a sphere with tiles, little square tiles, little flat square tiles. And you could cover a whole sphere. You could make a whole sphere with little tiles, and you could put a tiny little germ in one of those tiles, and everything's going to look flat to that tiny little dot on one of those tiles on that sphere. I'm not saying that the sphere, our world, is lots of tiles, but just the size comparison.
Yeah. So
I mean?
yeah.
Just
so
the size.
Like if it was a perfect sphere, even if you're doing math, that simple math saying you're trying to find curvature. Gosh, what I was trying to say. There's an important point that basically it is that we are so small compared to the earth that when you do these mathematical equations, you're doing it from a perspective A to a perspective B. So when you're saying that you're walking on the earth's topography and you should be going down, you're not doing a point A to point B. It's just I guess we weren't really taught how spherical math is different, and it's not exactly I mean, there's no really good equation that you could do for 1,000 miles. How much curvature would be dropping? Well, from that perspective, that person A, it would be dropping, but if you walked it, you would be walking on topography on top of comparative to the radius of the earth. So I mean, it's just it's these simple concepts that seem to go under the rug, and they just want their flat earth ant farm, basically, that God made.
Well, I think looking at this kind of sky itself is easier to figure out that there's some kind of sphericalness to our world than even doing all these fancy curvature mathematics. But that's the thing. That's what I was thinking as well, Tim, that for thousands of years, people probably never had that connection from northern to southern hemisphere. So instantly, again, everybody in the southern hemisphere will be thinking that everybody in the northern hemisphere is seeing the same thing. Again, it's like, I didn't even realize that the moon goes up from the west to the east in the southern hemisphere. That's crazy. Like watching it going backwards, it looks like reversed. Like I didn't even know that till the past month or so. Which
isn't it still going east to west? It's just the perspective of the person.
Aye. It is still going east to west, but by our perspective, it's going like the opposite from what we.
The opposite.
Aye.
Gotcha.
And I never understood that. So I could see why hundreds of years ago, people wouldn't have understood that either. And like, everybody would probably have thought they were looking at the same thing all over the world, when really they were seeing different things. But even
Yeah, I mean, they knew it was spherical without even basically crossing hemispheres. I mean, that's impressive, dude. Without the internet, without flat Earth sophism, fucking Mark Sargent's clues in your ear or something like that. Like they got, you know, they got it figured out pretty quickly. And people like to water down the whole story. They like to say, oh, it was Copernicus and he was a Jesuit and all this stuff. When there's many publications and people talking about the sphericity of the Earth for literally thousands of years. So, you know, flat Earth has really not been a belief in many cultures as they like to propose.
Nah, it's no, man. And this is a pattern I've seen. It's like the flat earthers like to demonize guys like Copernicus and call them Jesuits and Catholic Jesuits. And I think most people back then, Christianity, Catholicism was the main religion. Most people were Catholics, and the priests, the educated people, were Catholics. So when the Reformation, the Protestant Reformation happened, a lot of people like Copernicus were quite happy about it. And they didn't want to say it out to the church because things would happen to them, but they were quite happy about the Protestant movements again that were shaking up the Catholic Church. I was looking at it because it's not just religious; it was more like a political movement as well, and it was kind of people breaking away from this dogmatic thinking that the Catholic Church had on people, and it was a lot of flat Earth thinking in it. And that's when Copernicus came out on his deathbed and said, it was a heliocentric model. He said at the last minute when he was on his deathbed, because he was a Catholic, but he was kind of secretly against a lot of stuff that the Catholics were doing. Again, a lot of people were Catholics, but it doesn't mean they were doing everything that the Catholics were doing. And it seems to be these guys are getting a lot of blame, like Galileo and Copernicus, and I think these guys were the good guys, really. I do.
Yeah, man. Plato, Socrates, all these people that brought us philosophy of logic and, you know, I mean, just sciences. You know, everything is built. This is why I have a problem with you know, some of these people like John Stunja, you know, thinking that they're debunking, which is on Cathexis's scientism show, thinking they're debunking science when really he's just reading definitions and giving his you know, opinion. It's an opinion piece on it, and he, you know, and then you kind of look at his beliefs, and you know, he's a flat earther. There's a dome. And, you know, he's very religious, which I have really no problem with religion at all. But when it comes to, you know, somebody that has such a vitriol towards science and thinks that he, you know, has read so many definitions and makes you define definitions therein. And it's just it's a terrible, terrible debate tactic. And not only that, the flat earthers watch it and they love it because it's this against science movement while they're sitting, you know, in air conditioning or in heating, you know, on their computer, on their cell phones, you know, their quad core cell phones. And it's just a joke because these Newtonian physics and stuff like that he wants to, you know, unify with quantum mechanics or whatever his whole deal is. You know, these principles are, you know, what brought us this great lifestyle that we have today.
Exactly. So. I was funnily enough, I was saying that to my missus tonight. I was saying that all these flat earthers sit there and say the government's against us, they're trying to trap us, they're trying to keep us feeling like we're insignificant space monkeys flying on a rock and we're nothing, we're this, we're that. And I was saying to my missus, we've never been so free in our lives. Look at this guy. He's sitting, communicating to the world live, his opinions without any resistance. Like, if he was saying this shit 100 years ago, there'd be a totally different, like, even 20 years ago saying this shit, I think. If you just came out pulling people up in the street about flat earth 20 years ago, I think there would have been more of a, what the hell is this? I think people are more accepting to the idea of it.
You could do the moon hoax. Well, I'm not going to call it the moon hoax, but the moon landing hoax, supposed. And probably get a lot of better polling responses than flat earth because you know, and I kind of agree to a certain extent when they do bring up that we were kind of told that it's a dumb idea. but it is a dumb idea when the Earth objectively is a sphere. It's dumb because mostly there's no greater ignorance in the world these days in 2017 when we have the internet, all this information at our fingertips, to be this ignorant and dogmatic. Because you can get into your aliens or your whatever, your Bigfoots,
But
all
the
this
shape of the Earth
stuff.
is one of the most fundamental things.
Fundamental.
It's like the foundation of what you should really know, man, or mankind should know. And that, Tim, this was it, man. I was saying it in one of my broadcasts when I was playing my Fallout, but maybe people didn't hear me. But this is what I discovered within Flat Earth, that it shocked me, man. The thing that shocked me about Flat Earth was, could people be so ignorant? Could the powers that be able to hide such a massive thing like the shape of our Earth? Could people be so ignorant and not be able to watch our skies? Could these people be controlling what we see? There's no way. I was thinking there's no way, and that disturbed me the most, that mankind's been tricked into thinking that the Earth's flat. That disturbed me the most, man, to think that that's been put on mankind and we were willing to accept that. Like that bothered me, man. And see, when I looked at the evidence and realized that it was a globe, man, and a spherical oblate spheroid, it was like a relief, man. I was like, oh, the world's not that evil, man. Thank God.
I had the
honestly,
opposite
man, it was
reaction.
It was amazing. It was an amazing feeling.
I was upset. I was upset because I felt betrayed. I'll even say that, right? I felt betrayed by the so-called truth movement that I was in before, or I guess I, quasi was in, but it's just a testament to my gullibility that I went down that road, and I was upset with myself at first. So, and with the people that were pushing this nonsense.
Did you feel a bit? Did you feel a bit embarrassment?
No,
I did a wee bit, because I felt a wee bit ashamed that I thought that I was on the verge of maybe even telling people I think the Earth's flat. I was ashamed of myself.
Mm.
I was nearly there. I was nearly there, Tim. I was nearly on the verge. And now when I look at the evidence, I feel so ashamed that I was so ignorant. Oh man, I do. I feel embarrassed in a way, man. I do.
Yeah, with just the arguments that I pose that are empirical for the globe, they have to create ad hoc explanations on the spot, and they vary from flat earther to flat earther. So basically, there's really not much cohesion in the actual evidences or proofs, or whatever. But what is evident is that they have a complete denial for any information that would prove the globe. And like I said, I mean, that is the heart of dogmatism. If you're going to be that dogmatic and say that it's 100% not a sphere, and try to pretend like you're philosophical, with the Socratic method and all this shit, you're just a walking hypocrite. You're a hypocrisy. And I hope, I have hope that this guy will maybe figure it out, but it seems as though these people need to either go 100% or not at all. And the 100% people are the dogmatists, are the people that, are still around, the YouTubes, the Watsons, the Jeranism, all these people. I mean, I guess Jeranism is more of a charlatan, but
But I'm just like I said, it was a good feeling for me to realize that the scary powers that be, they couldn't hide this for us, man. We're too smart for that shit. Mankind, our ancestors, not everybody was involved with the government. People have been looking at the stars for thousands of years without governments controlling them, and realizing we're living on a spherical Earth of some sort. And
look, it's either if it's flat, it literally works in a sphere model for some reason. So what you have to do is, if you're trying to get to reality with at least the sky, you're going to have to try to backwards, squash the globe and see how you can get star trails to work. Because in the current conceptualization of flat Earth, you can't. It just doesn't work. Mostly in the southern hemisphere. The northern hemisphere, I'll give them. It's a little better. But the southern it just breaks down so much, and mostly with the 60,000 mile 2 mile ice wall in Antarctic. If people really want to prove this, I guess some guys want $1 million. I don't think it would even cost that much.
I was going to say that, right?
I think you could, yeah, I think that you could literally, my new thing is you could probably just go with 2 boats and go in opposite directions. Look at the stars while you're doing it and follow it. And it really, if it's only a few days, then it's a sphere Earth. Get the fuck over it. But if you're going, for years or whatever, 60,000 miles, and you become an old man by the end, then dude, you just prove flat Earth, bro.
I was going to say that. Do you think that Dell's hinting for this exploration? Because it seems to me that the only thing that's going to prove it to him is full exploration. This is what he keeps saying. And I've heard a couple of people hinting at getting an icebreaker and shit like that, like maybe raise money. And then he said something about military. And I was like, well, even if the military, you got the military to do it, everyone thinks the military are the powers that be. They work for them and they would just control what they tell us because they are stopping people from going to Antarctica. Are they not, the military? So, okay, well, that's what they're claiming. I'm not saying the military is stopping anyone from going to Antarctica, but people on flat Earth are claiming that there's this big military that surrounds this ice ring that's stopping people from going there. And that was another thing I was thinking, that Dell said a pond with 7 continents. Does that mean he doesn't think there's an ice ring?
Yeah, no kidding, man. I mean, look, logically speaking, I really, I've actually argued for flat Earth before. Globe Earth, geocentrism, heliocentrism.
So far, I've got an argument with that negator guy in the comments in one of my videos. I was arguing for flat Earth. Again, I was, and now when I look back, especially with guys like that Spaceman and Negator, and I was God, I looked back and I think, God, I was such an asshole to that guy, man, and he was right.
That's funny. I didn't know you ever had you were actually commenting for the flat Earth, like pro flat Earth.
Well, no pro flat Earth, but I could see they were like arguing against some comments that I didn't agree with. I was like, wait a minute, how do you know? Have you seen it with your own eyes, the whole Earth, and things like that? I wasn't like saying I was a flat earther, but I was making arguments for the flat Earth. Like I said, I was sympathizing, like cathexis. But there's only so long you can do that shit before it's just lying, man. You're just lying.
It is. It's just blatantly,
but it's lying to me.
It's blatantly disregarding empirical evidence, and that's kind of another thing that he's a walking contradiction upon when he wants empirical evidence. And I told him about latitude and the star trails and the movements and all that kind of stuff. And has he done any research on that? No. Well, if people were serious about doing research on this, they need to go and do all the research and really figure out the truth. And try to fit that into a model or something so people can conceptualize, But hey, I was going to ask you, JLB was in your chat earlier. Would you be interested in me inviting him? I don't know that he would join though.
I invite him if you want, man.
Nice.
I've got his email, but you can invite him if you want. If he's got something to say about Dell, probably.
Yeah, I hope he comes on and talks about that. I mean, it was a great video. It's a pro John LeBon passive troll kind of attitude that I have, like the passive aggressiveness that he has. But I do look up to him because I think he's just got a little bit more wit in that regard than me. I mean, that video was brilliant.
That's what makes him unlikable, I think, to a lot of people, that people can see that wit as well, and it comes across as being a wee bit arrogant.
Cocky, yep. Arrogance, yep. I get that all the time. I'm like, no, it's confidence, man. And I'm sure he'd say the same thing.
But what do you think his argument would be similar to the Antonio one? Or do you think it'd be a totally different approach?
Whose argument?
JLB, like his debate. his debate tactics. Do you think he would go at it like the way he done Antonio, like talked about Southern Trails and Southern Flights, sorry, stuff like that?
Yeah, I think he would. The flights is a good evidence, I guess, for the globe Earth as well. If you're not willing to, look at the sky, look how the sun and the moon actually set, and how that actually makes sense on a globe, and if you're not willing to look at that, then the plane is probably the next best thing, because, like I'm saying, this conceptualization of this whole flat Earth thing is, if these southern flights are twice the distance, no amount of Jeranism coming on and saying that they can fly past Mach speed because there's no atmosphere above 40,000 feet, is going to actually make that true. So, I mean, if you look at it logically, you could easily determine that. But obviously, these people lack logic in most regards.
That was the first time I actually heard about the Mach. Was it Mach 2 flights when JLB was debating Antonio? When Antonio came out with it, he says, "Yes, they must be flying over 1,000 miles an hour." I was like, "No way! Did he just say that?" And that's like, even just that debate itself, it made me realize that these arguments they had, they're not really that good at all. I've not been on these southern flights, so there again, I'm arguing for something I can't say for a fact that these southern flights exist. I can look at the flights every day at the airports and stuff like that, but do I know for a fact? Because even then, Jeranism was saying they were fake flights or something. When I was first watching Jeranism, he said that those flights were fake, those southern flights.
Yep.
And I kind of believed them for some reason at the time.
I was under the impression that this was all a big conspiracy. Yeah.
But it's crazy, man. I'm still here. I'm still in it. I think I'm going to be in it until I watch it just disappear. Do you think it'll ever just disappear, this flat earth stuff?
No. I think now with the internet and the amount of information that they've pumped out, that it's going to have longevity. But not only that, the idea will still captivate certain types of individuals that come across that, that work, I guess. So go ahead.
Do you think that there might be an opposite reaction to this, though? Do you think that there might be a culture of people that are defending the globe, like forming? Because people didn't care, because why should they care before? Like it's just something that they know. People just know this shit, so they're not going to go on YouTube and argue something they just know. But really, they didn't know. They believed it.
Yes.
But they believed it without doing their own observation, really. They just took people's word for it. It was a true belief, obviously, but it wasn't true knowledge, to the fact where they get an argument with a flat earther who has looked at lots of shit, and they're prepared to a person who believes in a globe but doesn't have any justification to believe in it. So it's not really knowledge, is it? It's just a belief.
Beautifully put. I was just about to say the exact same thing. So yeah, and that's a whole another thing is cathexis and these people like to say, or even Dell, all these people say that it's your belief that it's a globe. And it's like, no, dude, we have a lot of empirical evidence to back it, obviously. So can you provide any evidence? No. This is about attacking the globe Earth, the heliocentric model. It's not about proving the flat Earth. It's fucking a joke, dude. Like, prove your presuppositions, dude. Don't start with inductive logic from bottom up, saying, I have these premises where it's 100% not globe. Well, like I asked him, are you inhibiting yourself from finding objective truths if the Earth is a globe? No, it's definitely not a globe. It's like, come on, man. It's not logic.
Even if he just said, maybe it could be a globe, but I think the evidence supports a flat level plane, even if he just used that. But he's saying there's no proof for the globe, and again, words like that. And I listened to his Hangout tonight, and he never once said evidence. He always uses the word proof, and that's a deliberate wordplay, because there's no proofs for either side, really. kind of like solid proof that we, like, you can say pictures in space and things like that, but then they'd say, well, how's that proof? Kind of, it's like solid proof. It's evidence. It's evidence you could use with other evidence. But
so do you think that objectively, if you flew up and you were out, I mean, let's just say flying to the moon, if that's real, and if you were to do that, would that be an objective truth then, with all the empirical evidence that the Earth is a sphere, and then you can actually look at the sphere? I mean, is that objective truth that the Earth is a sphere?
I think it'll be empirical. Kind of like, is that not what you see with your senses? Like empirical. Can beliefs that you get for your senses, can what you can see, and well, to yourself, if you did go up high enough and see it for yourself, that would be an empirical belief for yourself. But then who else is going to believe you when you tell them? Like when you come back down from your journey, who's going to believe you?
Yeah. Well,
You know what I mean?
everybody but a select few of numbskulls on the YouTube, a couple thousand, dimwits. Sorry, but I mean, if you guys say that you've done 2 years research and I'm teaching you about star trails and you really don't know, dude, Jed, I had this great idea earlier where I was actually gonna find some 10-year-old kid and go and teach him star trails and how latitude works and have him be able to explain it within like 5 minutes. So I would have like, is a 10-year-old smarter than a flat earther?
Didn't man? Didn't because my sons came through and said, he's commented on things like, Dad, the flat earthers never heard of gravity and stuff like that. Like he heard me talking. He's 8-year-old, and I've been tempted. I thought, well, I teach him a few things, and he can make his own video. Let's see how viral an 8-year-old teaching flat earthers how star trails work, how lunar eclipses work, and stuff like that, without using NASA stuff.
Well, this is absolute proof to me that there is such thing as subjective truth. So people that believe and know that the Earth is flat, that is their subjective truth. It might not be the objective truth, but it still is truth to them. So, there has to be this distinguish between belief and knowledge and a lot of the words that you've said before, evidence and proof. And, I should probably read the email that I sent the zebra guy, because it's basically that, and also, when he talks about natural science, he basically starts describing the scientific method sometimes.
That's what I thought. That's what I'm starting to get mixed up with, because he's like, is it natural science or the scientific method? Because, like you said, it sounded like it began as natural science, and now it sounds like he's thrown that many things in. It's turning into scientific method. I don't know, man.
So natural science is a branch of science that deals with the physical world, physics, chemistry, geology, and biology, all of which are probably a hoax or some kind of conspiracy to him. So with him bringing up, natural science, well, dude, you don't believe in natural science. So you have your own branding of presuppositional, inductive logic, natural science. That is your brand, dude. That's to you. So if you could ever justify that in any way possible to me, I would be I would take you seriously, man.
Well,
I would take you seriously.
He's a scientist, he said.
Water's flat. Look at that pond over there. What a clown, dude. People don't understand. Has he only lived in Scotland, in the prison in Scotland or whatever, where he lives? Like, seriously, dude, has he ever traveled the world? It's huge, dude. It's huge. There's so much ocean. It's ridiculous.
Well, at the beginning of that video as well, he said that a pond is the exact same as an ocean. I was thinking, fucking, an ocean has got so many it's moving all the time. You've got the tides and the the currents and the different temperatures of water, and there's so many variables in an ocean, and the temperatures above it compared to a pond. And he said they were exactly the same. And I was like, oh my God. And then he'd say to the guy, 7 continents in a pond. So that means Antarctica's in there besides the rest of the other continents.
The whole structure of that claim was completely fallacious, because he's relating literally, he literally says 7 continents in that pond would be more closer to reality. Now, he's talking about scalability all the time, and he just put all 7 continents in a fucking pond.
Exactly.
That's an argument.
He challenged me to, in that Jamie Brown's chat, I seen him and I spoke to him, and he challenged me to make a model. And I says, well, can you give me the same amount of mass as the same kind of size of Earth to do my experiment? And he was like, oh, I knew you were going to say that. And then he says that, he just disappeared. He doesn't really like an argument in the chats, I've noticed.
Yeah, he was actually in the chat of that. I could see him, the Jamie Brown Hangout, and I could see him in the chat. And I was like, I see you, baby, deli boy. And I was like, because someone brought up why does the sphere Earth look, different in all these NASA pictures? And there's a great video. The truth is not very sexy at all, but there's a great video by Jim Panda that goes through all of basically all of those pictures, and what satellite, and what different kind of camera settings and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I posted that in that chat, and I could see he just left right after that. I was like, oh my God, he's such a wuss, dude. He probably didn't watch the video. The
thing about some of those images, man, there is Earth images with Photoshop clouds. There's no doubt of that, man.
Yeah, they're not saying that. Maybe there is. Yeah, there is actual photos of the Earth, like the Apollo. I'm pretty sure are actual video and photo of the Earth. Now, the newer technologies, you have to go look at that video, because there's so many different ways in which you can basically compile a picture. And no, it isn't like taking a Nikon P900 up there and just taking a fucking shot. It's like they do other things so that they can, extenuate, for mountains and stuff like that, with different technologies to see, the plankton in the sea, and all this kind of stuff. And it's kind of funny, and it's telling that people say, what kind of science has NASA done up there? Well, obviously, you haven't done any research, because they have tons of science up there. It's not some fucking vacation spot up in space, dude. They're doing shit,
I think it's a mix, man. I think any massive establishment that has money pumping through it is going to have skeletons in the closet. I don't think NASA are fully shit completely, because that's
doing secret projects, man.
That's where conspiracy theorists make themselves look stupid, because they say that everything they do is fake and shit and things like that. When maybe they have to tell porky pies about certain missions and certain things, because maybe they didn't want to let public opinion like the last time something went wrong, public opinion went down, they had to shut NASA down or whatever. So maybe things do go wrong, and they pretend to go right and fake it a wee bit, and then it just can. But I don't believe everything that comes out of NASA, man. I can't, because they're just like any other big, massive establishment that, again, they probably do a lot of good stuff, because I do see kind of like the Lasco and the Soho stuff, kind of stuff that looks at the sun, and some amazing stuff. When you see the black the black spots on the sun rotating around you can see them actually rotating around the sun, the black spots.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. No, I know NASA and the satellite imagery that they've got is amazing. Like you said, you can see the plankton in the sea. You can see some cool fucking shit with NASA, definitely. But when you see stuff like that, the dark side of the moon, man, that dark side of the moon fucking image, remember that?
I don't actually have a proper explanation from that. I need to at least go look at what the debunkers say about that.
Well, that's why
it does look pretty.
It looks weird, man. It looks shit, man. It, like, for a 2016 image, like, it's like What is it? 4 frames a second or something? It's like.
Do you want? Can I invite Jim Panda? He'd probably come on and tell us. Okay, let's figure out what this shit is, dude.
he can explain what that is.
Yeah.
Because
that's what's great, though. I mean, people just need to. You don't need to see my face. You don't need to know my name. Like, just take me by the merits of my word and my information. And you know, if I'm wrong in any way,
Tim,
what's up?
Well, see, when you were on Dell's show and he was asking you that, what's your real name? Why don't you show your face? And it doesn't matter because I'm a real guy. My name's actually Jed. My kid's called Jed. You maybe heard me the other night saying Jed. Like, my son's called Jed, right? I show my face and he still calls me a government shill and fucking. So does it matter if you show your face or not? You're still going to be classed as a shill or whatever. It doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter.
JLB is going to pop in.
Cool.
And we'll see about old Jim Panda there.
Hey, Jeremy.
Oh, what's up, Jeremy?
How you doing, man?
Jeremy.
Hey,
Jed, have you ever seen the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Hi, guys.
Jeremy's the little robot, the sad robot guy.
Oh,
Marvin, the paranoid android.
Yes.
How you doing, Jeremy?
Did you hear?
Right.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I was really enjoying the show. That's great. I just agree with so many of the things you've been saying, especially about Dell.
Yeah, well, that's why I like you guys. You know, truthfully, and I wish, you know, some other people that seem to have this kind of logic or maybe intellect, if you will. You know, not to name any names like Catharexis or anything, but you know, it would be nice if we all could kind of understand that you know, this is not a circle jerk at all. We can disagree in all ways possible, but it seems as though we have a pretty strong agreement amongst us three.
Right. Anyway, let me tell you about
please do.
Epic. Well, there's a couple of things. The first thing you said about Photoshop clouds, and that's absolutely true. What they try and do with these composite images of Earth is they try and what they're trying to do is get all of the land masses with no cloud coverage in similar lighting. So and that data is obviously useful without clouds in the way, and then they add in clouds later. And I think on on a couple of them, usually the cloud data is taken from a couple of days, and usually they gather it in 2 ways. Some of it will just be photographs, and then some of it will be from infrared. And the reason they use infrared is because over the poles where there's a lot of snow, they can't distinguish cloud from snow because obviously they're both white. So they use infrared data so they can pick out actually what is cloud and what isn't. Now onto the animation. I kind of see what people are saying. It does look odd. I mean, there's a few things that we can notice about it. The first thing is that each of the frames is actually they shoot a red, green, and blue effectively, and then combine them. And they're about 10 seconds apart. So there is a little bit of drift. And if you'll see, some people sometimes draw attention to this, that when the moon is about halfway across the Earth, if you zoom in on it, you'll see it's got a big green edge on it. And that's actually an artifact of this process of capturing red, green, and blue, but slightly, you know, a few seconds apart. So, I mean, I think that contributes to it to a certain extent. But I think the thing that really, I guess, is most striking about it is that they look so two-dimensional.
That's very true. When the moon moves across the screen, it looks very flat. Yeah.
And I think that's what we're not kind of expecting to see. And I think that's just a result of the vantage point, it's a million miles out. So
Jeremy, can we take this logically though? I mean, can we understand that NASA and the people that work for NASA are not stupid, first of all? And second of all, can we understand that they probably could have faked it better if they faked all this other shit before, right?
Well, that's it. I mean, I think if you were going to fake it, you would fake it how, you'd probably have a focus group that you'd run it past, and you'd say, right, you guys debug this, find the problems with this, and I guess that's how I would go about it.
No, but you could always look. You could always look at, like, maybe it was fake, but it's not in a malicious way. It's just to keep the people happy. There's nothing came out of NASA for a while. The people are getting a bit restless. Let's show them a nice animation of the backside of the moon.
No, dude, you don't think that NASA
when it comes to flat Earth, it's like they're trying to hide the shape that's evil. And
yes, dude, NASA knows about flat earthers, man. They're fucking with them, dude. I know they are, man. The sex in the clouds and shit, dude. Come on.
I mean, I think. Well, I mean, I don't know. You see, I went looking for that sex in the clouds.
Yeah. Well, it's backwards. It's inverted.
I actually found some satellite data from I think it's Eutelsat, and they'd got that whole year for the full globe, like it's like laid out on a Mercator. So I went through it to try and find where the sex in the clouds formed, and I found some bits that looked close, but not quite, good enough. And of course, it's different. It's probably slightly different data gathered in a slightly different way. So whether we would actually see it, I don't know. But
if they're doing stuff in Photoshop nowadays, maybe back then they were doing stuff. You never know, man.
Well, hey, good explanation, Jeremy. I'm actually going to mute for a bit. We have been joined by the one and only John LeSchlong. Hey, John.
Hi, John.
Or John LeGimp.
There's about 100 different names that they've given me, and I think that old Timmy's responsible for at least 70 or 80 of them. But it's good to be here, guys. Thanks for having me, Jed, Tim Osman, and of course, Gem Panda, one of the very few normies who I like to chat with. It's great to be here, guys. You guys must be excited. Guess what? In 7 or 8 months, we get to go to this big Flat Earth conference. I'll see you guys there. It's just $110 US early bird ticket, guys. Have you guys bought yours? I've bought 10.
What? Oh my God.
You're having a joke?
No, I've seen the advert for it.
Who's behind this?
Tell us what you know, John, because all I've done is watch the video.
Well, here's the story so far. It looks as though the Lobe Busters are involved, both Jaren and the effeminate Bob. They're both going to be there. The guy from Free to Find, what's that one? The guy behind those scientism so-called documentaries, he's going to be there. Mark Sargent's going to be there. Patricia Steer is going to be there. So those two will be reunited. I hope that I'm in the same hotel as those guys are, because that could be where the real fun happens. The rekindling of the romance, guys. You never know what might take place. And then there's maybe 3 or 4 others. So I think there's like 10 people on the books. Oh, ODD, Reality TV, he'll be there. So there's probably like 9 or 10 people on the books already. And the early bird tickets are $110. But if you're really smart, you can get yourself a VIP pass, just $250 for a 2-day conference, guys. That's the best deal in town.
Wow.
Fuck yeah.
Gotta love John LeBon, dude. That passive aggressiveness is beautiful, man. Did you hear me earlier, John? I did say that you are a little bit more clever than I in that regard, and I do like to listen to you to try to sharpen my tools as well. But
well, I appreciate that, man. And look, I think you and myself, we've had our differences in the past, same as myself and Jed. We might have once or twice disagreed. And Gem Panda, obviously, he believes in the moon landing, so we've got obvious disagreements. But I think we can all come together.
I realised what a hole I was digging while I was saying all that when you popped up, John. But there you go.
No, you're a nice guy. Anyway, the point is,
I love listening to you when I'm not your target.
Well, I've said to you before, I'm thankful for you. And there was like those 2 other people. This is about 4 months ago, where you pointed out, because I was saying that study says that there's no Africans in the study. I was saying there was no Africans. There's actually like 2 Africans in the study, which to me is ridiculous, but it was like you helped me. It was constructive criticism of what I was saying. So I'm thankful for people like you guys. But anyway, the point of my story is, no matter our differences, every sane person with a YouTube channel right now must surely be able to put aside their differences and spend the next 7 or 8 months mocking the living hell out of these clowns who are taking people's money to give presentations about flat Earth. I'm not. That stuff I said before. That's actually happening. I'm not making this up, guys. That's actually they're actually having an international.
They have
conference.
an avenue. They have an avenue, right, to do hangouts all day, which they do. But yeah, we need to all meet up and be. You know, this is going to lead credence to our movement. Come and meet all of the celebrities, and bow down to them because they have, you know, because of their sub count. I mean, it's just these people are celebrities to them.
In their minds, they're celebrities, dude. And look, someone sent me a Skype saying that they were doing this Flat Earth conference, and I saw it this morning, and I was like, no, like I should have known better. But at first, I was like, no way. So I watched the video, I clicked the link. I'm pretty sure they're serious, guys. This is October or November of this year. They're hiring and someone left a comment on the Globebusters channel saying, $100, that's pretty expensive. Like, are you guys making money from this? And the effeminate Bob replied, no, we're spending our money on this. We'll probably make a loss, but you know, if we do make money, then it won't be much money, and it costs a lot of money to hire a 4-star hotel for a 2-day conference, and blah blah blah. And he was copy pasting the same response to everyone who questioned why it was so expensive. These dudes are running a business, guys. They're running a business. Come on.
I said earlier that I saw Globebusters in like a Jaronism, his little, you know, Auto Hoax Tonight or whatever show. I saw him say, actually a troll account, a sock account with no picture, no nothing, says, you know, is there ever going to be any Globebusters merchandise? And Bob with explanation points, the effeminate, he's like, yeah, stay tuned till Sunday. You'll see it then. You know, they're going to come out with merchandise, bro. It
wouldn't surprise me one bit if that was his sock asking him like the easy question. Oh, gee, is there going to be any merchandise? Gee, I'm glad you asked, because coming on Sunday.
It was so obvious, John.
Super
it was
chat.
so obvious. It was just awful.
Boy,
It's like, you know, it's like a sock account with, you know, like 3 letters and 4 numbers, sort of a, you know, that kind of a name, you know, like just where someone had just hit a load of keys and hit enter, you know.
Like this Flat Earth Vancouver, BC guy, like I'm not condoning his overall thing. I'm not trying to say he's good or bad, but he did make a good video that I mirrored a couple of days ago, and he was saying, how can you get journalism with 60,000 subscribers and Lift the Veil with 20,000 subscribers? Okay, there'd be some overlap. Let's just assume that every one of Lift the Veil subscribers is journalism's. That's still 60,000 subs. They get 170 live viewers. Can people look at that and not realize that something is amiss?
Yeah, mostly when Dell, you know, goes on with flat Earth dogmatism and has, you know, 120, 130 talking to me, you know.
Yeah, how can Dell, this poor lonely dude in Scotland or whatever, and Timmy Osman, a troll, how can they get almost as many viewers on the same topic as the biggest name in the game? It doesn't make sense, guys.
Nah, it doesn't. It was like primetime night too, probably. Nighttime in America.
JLB, what do you think about this super chat thing?
I didn't know about that because what happened was I just made a video, obviously mocking the load busters. Check that out on my channel. It's called "There Are No Refunds on the Flat Earth." I published it just. I'm serious. I just uploaded it.
Nice, bro. Nice.
So I couldn't listen to the last hour of your show because like a 5-minute video takes me a long time to make. So anyway, but I did catch the start of your show, Jed, and you were talking about this super chat, and I was like again, every time I'm like, no way. And 10 seconds later, I'm like, I should have known. I should have picked it. They're actually going to let their audience pay them money to get their comments stickied. And you had better believe some of their audience will be dumb enough to give them money. Like, I can see them making a lot of cash from this, just quietly. I reckon this will be a successful thing for them.
John, did you hear me talk about how Jaron went over like 30 minutes on that Auto Hoax show he has? The last 30 minutes, he was telling people how to like log into this thing so that they can send Bitcoin to him. Bitcoin, which is completely a course off the books, right?
Well, I'm not so sure if it is completely off the books, but when you say to me Jaron and Bitcoin in the same sentence, I'm thinking the same thing that all of us are thinking who've been here from the start of this. Moriarty, exactly.
Oh, right. He was involved in some sort of Bitcoin fraud, wasn't he?
Scam, yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
allegedly, Gem Panda, be careful, dude. He was
Yeah, so-
allegedly involved in a Bitcoin scam. Where and you have to go back and read the threads because this is all on Bitcoin Talk forum, and like I haven't gone back and double checked this for a while, but at the time I went and looked into it. All the threads were there, all the information was there. It took a few hours to read through it all and to like link up all the names and sort of double check what people were saying. But basically, what these Bitcoin forum talkers were saying was that a guy had, it wasn't just a scam, it was extortion, basically. Do you know what I mean? It was that's basically what they were alleging. So, you know, before I would invest in any Bitcoins to give to anybody in the flat earth scene, I'd probably go and double check this kind of thing because it's all there. It's all documented.
Do you think Bitcoin could be a scam on itself? The whole Bitcoin.
By the way, real quick, Ed just brought it up in the chat that it's actually Sherlock Holmes, the Moriarty character, is from. Now, if you know Jaren, he's into reading like old books and stuff like that. So I wouldn't doubt that was, you know, like his cover name. Because really, yeah, the threads basically are him telling his supposed story. And then there are threads against him basically saying that he's walked off with 80 grand, right? So he had a house and then got a foreclosure. And I guess, you know, he also a month ago blamed it on flat earth. So in the same basically paragraph as Morgau saying that flat earth made him homeless. So you know, and then you watch Morgau, that's a whole nother thing, man. He's totally like pledging to just, you know, totally using them, using like, you listen to the music, like this little piano, and he's not religious, man. He's not a Christian, and he's totally pulling their heartstrings, and he's literally getting money. Like they're sending.
Dude, whatever
money.
happened to his organic fueled bus or whatever? Like, I just don't get how people forget this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, if you make videos saying that you want money so you can make an organic powered bus to tour the country, I remember that. I remember that 6 months later. I remember it 12 months later. It's like these flat Earth believers. They genuinely have goldfish memory. It's too easy to scam these idiots.
It's flat Earth amnesia, dude. I swear to God, it's an actual mental condition, flat Earth amnesia. Because
I made this video called "Are You Smarter Than a Goldfish?" Right? Because just the other day they were talking to Max Egan doing this trip from Australia to South America. Not long ago, these guys were saying that those flights don't exist and that is proof of flat Earth. Right? Not long ago they were saying that. Now they're live streaming Max Egan doing the trip that they said didn't exist. And what are they saying? It's proof of flat Earth. And it's like,
yep.
Goldfish, dude. If people are still into flat Earth after, look, if they're a newcomer, I can see how it's very easy to get into it because they've never really thought about heliocentrism and they've never really thought about satellites. And it's very easy if people are sort of explaining this to you, and then they say, "Oh, by the way, we're flat Earthers." It's very easy for some people to get sucked in, right? So for the first few months, I say, look, that's totally cool, but eventually you have to go out of it. But the people who've been here for a couple of years who still believe, they're gone, guys. They're gone. There's no. Do you know what I mean? It's serious, man. I feel sorry for these people and anybody in their lives who's important to them. You know, especially these guys putting their children on screen. You know what I mean? Like that Poncho Pete dude legitimately had his son repeat flat Earth doctrine in a live broadcast. Like, imagine that,
man. I've seen that. That's terrible. That's terrible.
You know, like that poor child. You know, like, what? There's nothing he can do about that, is there? You know, like if me or Jed or Timmy Osman, we want to do these channels, occasionally make fools of ourselves or whatever. Who cares, man? We're grown adults. We can do whatever we want. But children. Like, it's just, when you take a step back and think about it, man, these people are mentally ill. Like, and it's worse than mental illness because, well, this is, and then people encourage it to.
Poncho Pete, I think it is a mental illness. Definitely.
I think so too, yeah.
Well, that's why I think that when I've talked to people like you guys, I think that's kind of why we're still in it. And that's why a lot of people are still in it on the side of kind of shaming them, because there are very dogmatic people that are obviously getting taken advantage of, and there are charlatans that are doing so. And the thing is they're changing their whole axioms with presuppositions and inductive logic, and they're always trying to prove flat Earth, which is just a fallacious idea. It will never be flat, so it's not the objective truth, and there's no evidence for it. So, but they really believe it, and they call us believers for knowing that there's tons of evidence for being on a globe. It's crazy.
Well, you are a heliocentrism believer, and that's a shame. But I mean, at least you're in the majority. So you can tell people that you believe you live on a giant spinning ball, and most people are like, "Oh, that's cool. So do I." You know what I mean? So even though it's a ridiculous belief, at least you're in the majority. But these flat earthers are in a tiny, tiny little, like a tiny little minority, where if they say that out loud in public, they've just gone and ostracized themselves, right? And so they start gravitating towards the flat earth channels, and they start to think they've got friends and they're building relationships, and, oh, these people care about me. They read out my comments. Look at Patricia, right? She's come back, and now she's making an explicit effort to read out the people who are in the live chat, right? She's like, oh, and with us in the live chat today, we've got, and she'll go through 10, 15, 20 names, like right from the start, trying to build this idea of a collective, right? Because those people have nothing else if they're now identifying as flat earthers. Like, once you know what these people are doing, it is so obvious. But it's just like any of these things, like any cult, no one knows they're in a cult until they're out of it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They don't go to bed at night thinking, oh, should I stay in this cult? No, I'll stay. Like, no, they go to bed thinking that they're not in a cult at all. And that's what's happening with these flat earthers. And to me, it's very obvious. And I'm sure to you guys as well.
Yeah, I think it seemed to sort of take a turn at the new year. I think maybe a lot of flat earthers had sort of, had to spend time in the real world instead of on YouTube at Christmas. And I think people sort of see it as a sort of a time of, maybe I should be doing something different or moving in a different direction. And it seemed like there's a few people seemed to sort of drift off sort of as New Year came in. But that seemed to have an effect with the ones that were left, like sort of Poncho, who seemed to sort of suddenly become even more dogmatic than he had been. He sort of felt threatened by that, I think. I mean, that's only anecdotal. I don't have any figures to support it, but it's kind of it seemed how that was what was going on.
Well, okay, if you've spent much time involved in activism, what you'll find is that many groups who want to do good work, right, whether it's to save the environment or to support a particular social issue or whatever, they're very welcoming of anybody, right, because they need to build their numbers, right? And so no matter what the cause is, they'll quickly become more social than political. And I mean the word political in terms of action, not political in terms of government. You know what I'm trying to say? Like political in terms of action, right? They become more social than they do become active. This is just a natural thing, whether it's environmentalism or social justice warrior issues, any of these things, right? If you've been involved in activism, you know this. So what happens is these groups will attract lost and lonely people, and they will accept them because they're a number, right? To the point where, like, I was once at a lunch with this group where one of their key planks was believing in the Zeitgeist films. Zeitgeist by, is it Peter Joseph or whatever?
Yeah.
One of the dudes having lunch with them, who's like one of their regulars, still believes that 9/11 was done by Osama bin Laden, right? Which even Zeitgeisters know is ridiculous. And I'm like, why is this guy here? And they're like, oh, it's about creating a good atmosphere for conversation. And it's like, when you feel you need numbers, you'll accept anyone. And when you've got nobody, you'll be accepted into anything, is what I'm trying to say. And so Flat Earth is no different in that sense, which is how it's attracted people like Poncho P. I mean, look at some of the people Patricia was interviewing, like episodes 40, 50, 60, right? Once she ran out of the big names to interview, and she just ran, like, interviewing anyone who's uploaded any video about Flat Earth, right? And these are just like lonely people talking in their bedrooms or in their lounge rooms or whatever. Just lonely people who are like, oh yeah, I believe in Flat Earth, sure. Like, yeah, it's totally changed my life.
I found the average age is probably between 45 and 50 flat earthers. I find a lot of old people in it, man. Like old, not old, but like that generation, that 45 to 50. But I think like me, JLB, Timmy, and other guys in their late 20s or early 30s are quite rare in this sort of scene. I think they're all in their sort of older. They're older, man. Why is that?
They're lonely, man. They all have their stories. Trust me. You can see it in their eyes, man. It's.
I think there's another element as well, and it is that a certain group of people have more time on their hands, right? So if you're in your late 20s or your early 30s, then most of the time you're going to be working a career, still trying to catch up with your friends, still trying to play sport. You might have just had children. You just don't have the time. You know what I mean? You just don't have the time to sit around. In most cases, there are exceptions, right? Whereas once you get to middle age, your children have left the house. You might be working, but it might just be part-time. You might not be working at all. By the time you're 40 or 50, you're more likely to have become disabled, and now you can get on welfare. So it's just, if you just think about it logically, once people get to that age, they're more likely to be able to get involved in this kind of thing to begin with. Whereas people might, why the hell is someone my age going to sit around for 5 or 6 hours a day on Google Hangouts? Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like what? It's very unlikely to happen. Whereas once they get to that middle age, they've got the time to invest into it, and that's what they do. You know, so many of them.
Good point. Because you see the pattern, and it seems to be this. Maybe with their kids have grown up and moved out, and maybe they're just trying to fill this gap where they need to be in a group again. Like,
careful, guys, you're describing me here.
No, I'm in my early 30s, and I'm sitting in this flat earth for hours at a time as well. So I'm feeling a bit ashamed in myself. But somebody's got to do it, man.
Dude, I've thought the same thing. I've thought to myself at times, like even when I made that video sort of challenging Del to a debate, which I know he wouldn't take, like he's smart enough to know not to get into a fight he can't win, right? Mm-hmm. Like you got to give the guy credit. So I made that video, and then I thought to myself, was that really worth the time that you just put in? Like, you know what's going to happen. You could have predicted it. You know what I mean? Like, you should have moved on from this a year ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just sucks you back in, this whole thing, doesn't it? You know.
But the guy's getting a lot of attention right now. He is. He's getting a lot of attention.
Oh, they absolutely. He's like the new hero, isn't he? I mean, they just love him for it.
But me and Tim were saying this earlier that he's an imposing figure, and he seems to be the strong voice, the alpha male for the weak people that feel that they can't speak up.
And I think you said the other week, Jed, that people don't like confrontation. And if you're going to go out and do this stuff in the street, people aren't going to take you on.
Exactly. It's to me, it feels like that he's ambushing them.
Yeah,
it's an ambush.
Yeah, I think so.
Even the way he stands, I was saying that to Tim. He stands like he's ready for combat. Again, even just the way the body language.
Right. Yeah.
He's quite an intimidating fellow, especially all his tattoos and the hat and the denim, even the denim stuff.
The tattoos and the denim, dude. It's classic, man.
Like, if you're going to go to the streets, make yourself presentable and even put someone forward that will be taken seriously. That's why I thought Nathan Oakley was a good face for Flat Earth to begin with, before he got involved with Antonio and all that rubbish. But I thought if anyone was going to go to the BBC or something like that to pull up them about NASA or something, he would be a good face and a good voice. He could present himself, articulate himself well. But he's just a weirdo like all the rest of them.
I did want to ask you, Jed. I thought, well, I've got the opportunity. You live a lot closer in the world to Del than I do. Is that a fashionable thing? Wearing all the denim? Is that back in?
Nah, man. Well, we used to wear denim. Well, that fashion in Edinburgh died in the 80s, I think. I think Jason Donovan kind of ruined the denim for people. And Bros and Jason Donovan, they kind of killed denim for British people.
Oh, okay, there you go. See, I thought that might be the case, but then again, I thought, well, maybe fashion moves faster and it's come back in over in Scotland. So there you go, mate. So yeah, a nice presentable character, you reckon? Old Del, get him onto CNN or onto the BBC, and he can sit there with his finger tattoos, and then and then they can say, so you think the Earth is flat? And he can say, well, that's what I put in the title of my videos to attract the idiot retard to watch my videos. But I'm not going to sit here and actually argue that case. Well, what do you mean, Del? Aren't you a flat earther? Well, I am, and I'm not, if you know what I mean.
Beautiful.
Oh boy, what a joke! So we're still here, so we can't really.
It's a crazy stand to take. That's why I had to keep highlighting the 7 continents in a pond, because by him saying that to that man, he was giving the guy an image in his mind of really a flat Earth map, like 7 continents in a pond. the guy's going to think a body of water with 7 continents, and then when you say to Dell, so that's flat Earth, then he'll say, no, I never said that. It's like, well, what is it then? What is it?
Yeah, that isn't the only thing as well. I mean, I've actually made a video on it, just going through some of his arguments, but I haven't uploaded it yet. It's almost finished. But at the end of it, I went through and looked at all the things he said that were just beliefs, and it's all there. From the Jesuit priests, and they put images of an Earth where you could fall off in people's minds, and the Nazis founded NASA, and do you know what I mean? It's just one thing after another. If you go through them all, it's just tons of it. Just building this whole massive conspiracy. That he's got no direct evidence for any of that. It's all
well. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Is that basically they have to ad hoc everything to be this giant conspiracy because of their presuppositional arguments. I mean, his arguments are very easy about the water flat, and I mean that's all he has. But like John says, is he will not take the stance of flat Earth. He says that water doesn't conform to any object at all. So I mean, it just doesn't make sense at the end of the day when he's asking everybody to come on it and give him proof when he has all of these just ridiculous ideas of the Earth in the first place. Like at this point, I'm just like, dude, just think that. I don't care, man. Like, why the fuck would I care? Seriously. Like, where are you gonna get with this? It's not the truth. Where are you gonna get with this? You're gonna literally make yourself look like a fucking ass for years on end, dude. In your own public. So you know what? The joke is on you. You're going to be chasing your little tail with your little presuppositional inductive arguments, and it's the joke's on him. So that's where I stand.
That's what I always think that people forget is all this stuff could be here forever. It could be here in like 50 years. His grandchildren. You know what I mean? Look at Granddad. Do you know what I mean?
Hey, Jeremy, I told Nathan Oakley I was going to build his family a nice little internet time capsule of Poppy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, it's literally him. He doxed himself, showed his likeness, his face, his voice, everything to try to make some kind of credence. And then he's going to go and act like a fucking asshole to everybody. So you just completely shamed your own self, you clown. Like, the joke is on him, too. It's just great. It's funny. I guess that's why I'm still around, guys. But try to help some people and watch these guys make absolute asses of themselves.
I've noticed Nathan Oakley's been trolling you quite a lot, Tim.
Oh, he's the only person. Everybody comes on. All the flat earthers can come on and say whatever they want, as long as it's not too grotesque or about children. But he's just banned. He's the only person banned because I'm just not going to have it. I don't care. There's no reason. He's going to have little sessions about talking about narcissists and psychopaths when he is one or the other or somewhere in between. It's kind of a fine line sometimes. And
I think just your reaction, how upset you get by him, is kind of proof that something must have happened. Again, there must be truth behind your brother and things like that. If it affects you.
Well, really, that shouldn't even come up because the question is really, even if it's not true or true, which I've shown pictures of him, Kandahar Airport and shit like that on Free Chan at Christmas time. So it's like, there's not much more proof that I can provide. But the thing is it kind of came out in the Mark Sargent conversation. And, I probably would take that back. But at the time, I was under the conspiratorial mind, and I was like trying to be real with him. Like, I'm straight.
Why did you say it? What came up in conversation for you to sort of spill your heart?
You got to go listen to it. It has to be listened to because it's a conversation between two people. And like I said earlier, I was upset in my own gullibility to listen to these people and have them fool me for a couple weeks.
So
and then I see what it.
Genuinely trusted these people.
Yeah, the conspiracy crowd, everything, man. I mean, John LeBon, me and him have been around for, I don't even know now, 3-4 years, at least in the whole Truth or Troll community, with Jeff C, which by the way, John, I was talking with Jeff C and BZ True Talks live hangout last night. But yeah, we were around, man. So we saw all the transformation therein. The plane hoax that, split it, and then the flat earth, that completely fractured it completely. And now it's all auto hoax. So anybody that thinks that they're in some kind of truth movement that's going to get anywhere, you are all tarnish. You're literally tarnish. You have flat earth. You have fucking everything's a hoax. No one's going to take you seriously because you're a poor researcher and you're a dogmatist. Drop the mic.
If I can just add to that, though, anyone who's interested in the experience that I had with the truth movement and that Tim, the so-called truth movement that Tim had, we had an impromptu chat, I don't know, 3 months ago, Tim, 4 months ago. And we discussed it, right? And Tim, obviously, I'm not going to speak for him, but just from what he just said there, it sounds like he felt aggrieved by misleaders, deceivers, intentional or otherwise, with the flat earth stuff. That's how I felt about the so-called truth movement and what they were doing. And it's very easy for people, and this includes me, to get sucked into thinking that this guy on YouTube is actually trying to do what he's doing because he has the same values as me, because he's trying to make the world a better place, right? And then we start to overlook their flaws. And I made that mistake. Tim has made that mistake. I think most of the audience, if they're being honest, at one point they've made that mistake. And I think for me, it's just a matter of, well, if I was dumb enough to make that mistake, then anyone's dumb enough. So why not every now and then try and make a video or point out, hey, this person just lied to you, or this person just changed their story, or this person just asked for money for something that they've asked for money for before, and last time they didn't do what they said they were going to do. So do you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to change any one person's mind, but it's almost like once you've been conned, you either walk away like a coward, or you say, you know what, I'm going to try and help others learn from my mistake. That's how I see it.
That's a good point, man.
And I think,
and then sometimes Timmy trolls me on my channel, and I think he's lost the plot again. So we're not on the same side, guys.
Well, you guys
going back to heliocentrism, Timmy. Like, I reckon you are trolling. I reckon you're trolling when you claim to believe in dinosaurs and heliocentrism, dude. Like, I'm not trying to get into an argument about it.
Well, you know what? Do you listen to Jay Dyer, bro?
Yeah, I think Jay Dyer is fantastic, man. Jay Dyer, I think, is head and shoulders above the rest right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree too. Actually, anybody that's listening, go look at Jay Dyer's work. Go listen to somebody that could be what you're looking for in the so-called truth community. Somebody that is philosophically minded, but also objective about trying to get to the truth, not just, getting views or, auto-hoaxing everything for views or anything like that. And he even, I think yesterday, had a debate where he brought up the dino hoax, which was funny because it was statism versus anarcho-capitalism. And he didn't say anything about statism, but yeah, he's talking about dino hoax. So, that leads a little credence to me. But you know what? Knowing me, I'll go anywhere to go find the truth, dude. I'll go where I need to go to find if there's actual dinosaurs. And I actually thought that just the other night it was kind of a conspiracy. I just kind of came into my mind, like, what if the dinosaur bones are actually like, resemblance of like giants that actually lived, that were in the Bible and stuff. So I don't know. I've heard one person tie that in, but
well, Timmy, if you want to go,
I don't think there's much evidence,
dude. If you want to see the evidence or otherwise for dinosaurs, you need to jump on a plane, get out here to Brisbane, because in less than 2 weeks, man, I'm driving into the middle of Queensland to document the headquarters of dinosaurs in Australia, the capital, the epicenter of dinosaurs. And I think there's a lot of fakery going on. And a bunch of my supporters have crowdfunded my trip out to go and document this to make a feature-length film. And my boy Lucas, he can't come with me because of work, right? He was meant to be the cameraman. It's not going to happen. I need a cameraman, dude. So you need to get your ass a plane ticket out to Brisbane. This is going to be epic, my friend. I'm going to be
about to go literally into the jungle, bro. Literally the worst time in my life to propose this on me. I wish it could be later and I would come out there.
Man, I'm telling you, it's been
I'm back in April.
What I'm trying to explain to people is the truth movement is bullshit. Most of the people involved are bullshit. Most of them are just, they're well-meaning fools, but then there are some intentional deceivers. But overall, they're going nowhere. It's not a movement, it's bullshit. But there are some good people involved, and there is some good work that can be done. And I'm going to be evidence of that. I'm going to be proof of that. I'm going to go and film this stuff in the middle of Queensland. If people want to go and look at the research I've already done, it's all on my website, all available for free, johnlebon.com. I've already done all the research, man. These guys, they're telling some very crazy stories, man. They reckon they found 2 different species of dinosaur and 2 different meteorites on one farm property over the space of a few years without even digging. They just tripped over these bones. They tripped over these meteorites. They got millions of dollars, millions of dollars of government funding.
That is kind of suspect when you kind of couple that with, you know, no Indians or anybody really stumbling over this shit till what, the 18 or 1900s or whatever, supposedly.
They reckon that the Indigenous Australians were here for 40,000 years. Now, I don't believe that nonsense either, but that's their story. So wait, so the Indigenous Australians were just wandering around for 40,000 years and just never noticed this almighty giant, they call it a wind titan. They never noticed this giant wind titan just laying there dead. It's ridiculous, dude. And they get millions of dollars of government funding, and no one's ever gone and asked them any questions until now. So that's what I'm going to be doing, man. And it's all crowdfunded, dude. I am an independent filmmaker who's crowdfunded because my small audience believe in this stuff. Do you know what I mean? They want to see real good work done. How cool is that?
Nice.
You compare that to these charlatans pushing flat earth and saying, give us money for these balloon. What the hell would a balloon launch prove, guys? Can someone explain this to me? Even if they did one successfully, which they won't, what would it prove?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Jeremy.
Hey,
Jeremy, what do you think about the dinosaurs existing?
Oh. I was really trying to avoid. I was in a car accident today. I was really trying to avoid getting in an argument. But
no, I'm interested because I know certain people, but I know you'll be really skeptical about it. So I'd be interested.
Well, I think there's good evidence that they existed. I mean, I think the point that John was making. I mean, there's geological activity all the time. You know, there are floods and erosion and you know, earth movements all the time. So, you know, that can reveal new, you know, it can reveal things that were previously hidden, and you know, that happens all the time. But what I never really understand about it is that, you know, I can go out and I can pick up a fossil. I can pick up an ammonite or a belemnite or you know, a prehistoric mussel. So I don't really understand where the line is drawn, where the fake fossils start and the real ones that I can go and find on beaches, assuming that there isn't a conspiracy theory surrounding those. That, you know, that there are some fossils that are clearly real. So where?
How old are they? How do you know how old they are?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's really that relevant to the point.
I would say it is very relevant because we're being told that these dudes have 70 million year old bones. So if you're trying to say that you have something that's similar to that, that's fine. Just how do you know that what you're finding is millions of years old?
Well, it does. Like, I think that's irrelevant to the point. I don't see why that's relevant. What can things fossilize? Yes, that is obvious from the fossils that you and I can find. Surely.
The issue is not whether things can fossilize or, you know, mineral deposits can replace what used to be bones, right? That's not what's at issue here. What's at issue is that there are people claiming that they've got enough of these things to prove that this gigantic creature, entire species of them, right, used to exist and roam around 70 million years ago. So it's not as simple as saying, oh, we've got fossils. They're weaving a story about these fossils, about what happened millions of years ago,
well, no,
and they're teaching it to children.
But that's not what I'm saying, John. What I'm saying is, where is the line drawn? Are we agreeing that ammonites and belemnites, the common fossils that we can find on a beach, are we agreeing that they are the fossilized remains of a creature that lived in the past at some point, without pinning any dates on it?
Sure. For the sake of argument, let's say that's exactly what they are. Then what?
Right. So, as we can find other types of fossils, where is the line drawn? Where are the ones? Where do the fake ones? Where do the real ones stop and the fake ones begin?
You don't even need fake ones. You don't even need to say that these people are making fake fossils, right? That's not what's at issue here. We can even take their story about these physical items that they've found on face value and say, okay, yep, you have found something. Okay, you tripped over it, but let's just give you the benefit of the doubt here. You found it. Now, please tell me how you know that that was a living creature. And also, please tell me that you know how long ago it existed. That's where the issue is, dude.
So
Right.
why would they fake? It's like the question, if it's the same question like flat Earth, why would they fake this? Why would they fake to the people that giant lizards existed?
Very good question. So I guess there's two ways to answer that. More like on the macro scale, on the broad scale, the whole dinosaur story came around the same time as human evolution theory, right? So you imagine when you're trying to convince people who up until that point did not believe they evolved from whatever the evolution story happens to be at the time, they just believe that humans were made this way. You want to convince them, no, we evolved over millions of years. And guess what? We've got these dinosaurs that did the same thing and they went extinct. The two stories go hand in hand, but I'm not really so worried about the macro scale. I'm more interested in the micro, and that was the 1850s, by the way. I'm more interested in the micro scale. This particular dude out there in the middle of Queensland has received millions upon millions upon millions of dollars in government funding to build this museum, right? And the entire town, their entire economy is dependent on it, right? So there's a huge vested interest in these people every few years finding a new dinosaur, which is exactly what they do, right? And and I'm not saying that there's definitely shenanigans going on, not definitely, I'm going to investigate, right? But if it did turn out that a few locals got together and said, hey, did you hear about that dinosaur find? We can do something with this. I wouldn't even hold it against them, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be like, oh, these guys are evil or whatever. A few $1 million is nothing compared to all the other scams that are going on in the world. So, whatever. It's not a big moral thing to me. It's an element of, can you get away with telling the world that you've found a new species of dinosaur with practically no evidence that that's the case? That's what's interesting to me. And I've read their scientific papers, and to me, the answer is definitely. And if people want to check what I've done so far, again, just go to johnthebond.com. It's all there for free. I've read through scientific paper after scientific paper, newspaper article after newspaper article, and I've compiled it all nice and neatly for anyone to review. And if someone reviews all of that information and says, yep, having looked at all this information, I believe these dinosaurs are real, that's fine. That's totally cool. I'm not trying to change the world here, or I'm not trying to bring down the dinosaur establishment. But I think a lot of people, if they're being honest, they're going to say, actually, no, I don't. Really, the scientists gave him a tick of approval on this one? Yeah, he got like 3 scientists to sign off on that one. Yeah. Oh, really? Wow. And they all sort of know each other, and they're all on first name basis. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I don't believe this one anymore. You know, and for me, that's the point of it.
If the dinosaur conspiracy exists, this would be a worldwide thing, or is it just for Western countries? Or is this a worldwide synchronized conspiracy?
Excellent question, man. The epicenter in the world of dinosaur fakery started off in the United States and in England, obviously. Now the epicenter is China, right? And people don't know what scientific papers are, but basically, scientific article after scientific article, peer-reviewed, which just means, like in some journals, a peer review just means that one anonymous peer has reviewed it. I don't think people realize what the peer review process is, right? But in China, there's peer-reviewed paper after peer-reviewed paper coming out with all of these new species of dinosaur. Like, it's almost like week after week, they're finding new species of dinosaur. And that should make people think to themselves, hold on, the Chinese are meant to be a thousands of years old civilization. And unlike the indigenous Australians, they were actually pretty advanced. Are we meant to believe that there were all of these bones just lying around that no one walked across in all this time? And then you look into how much fakery there is in academia. Like, it's been admitted, like in the New York Times and other mainstream establishments, how much of the so-called peer review process is complete bullshit. How many of the studies can't be replicated, how poor the so-called peer review process works. Time and time again, it's all nonsense. Like, you can get a peer-reviewed article published in a scientific journal. People have done this, like, to prove how easy it is. And you can write complete nonsense, and you'll get it through as long as you pay the money, right? And at the moment, all coming from China, dude. China is the epicenter of this nonsense.
So do you think China is faking it more for us rather than their own people?
That's a good question, man. I don't know. Like, you think about what it is to be a scientist. It's a job, right? So if you're paying me to dig ditches, you tell me where to dig the ditch, I dig the ditch, right? You're paying me to work on an assembly line. You say when the body gets here, you put the door there, right? I just keep doing that all day, right? It's a job. I'm just doing my job, right? You look at scientists and they need to get published, right? In academia, you've got to get published. If you're not getting published, you're not succeeding in your career. That's just how it is, right? And that's not just for the scientific fields. That's in most faculties within a university. You need to be getting published. And so if you're a paleontologist, what are you publishing? Like, think about it logically, guys. Like, you want to be publishing a new species of dinosaur. You want to, and they call it describing. Like when they name a dinosaur, it's called describing. You want to be publishing papers where you describe a new dinosaur species, right? Like it's incumbent on them, just in their chosen field of work, to be finding new dinosaurs. Now they might be finding new dinosaurs. Maybe they are. But very few people take the time to go and double check the papers. So what I've done on my website is I've cut out the photos, like the images that they've provided in their scientific papers. I've cut them out and uploaded them to my website. So you can just like read the article. It's really simple. And just look at that image and see that image where it doesn't even have a neck. There's no neck bone. There's no vertebrae. And they're claiming that this is a long-necked dinosaur. Do you see any problems with that? Like, use your brain here. They're claiming that this dinosaur, they've only got the bones, the fossils, in white. Notice how there's no white in the neck. They haven't got any vertebrae. So they're openly admitting that none of the fossils they've found are neck vertebrae, but they somehow know that this is a new species of long-necked dinosaur. Use your brain now. Do you see any problems? And I think a lot of intelligent people will say, yeah, there's one obvious problem. How the hell do you know the length of the neck if you don't even have any vertebrae? You see what I'm trying to say? And there's just example after example after example.
They don't have any vertebrae, or they don't have any neck vertebrae.
Do you want me to screen share it for you, dude?
Sure.
No, I'll just clarify that point if you can.
Let's screen share it. You see, what happened was my mate Lucas, he came up with this idea. He's I don't want to say he's a normie, but he's much more of a normie than I am. And he was listening to me talk about this dino fraud, and he's like, well, why don't we just go out there? You know what I mean? Like, why don't we just go out there and investigate it? It's like a 1,000-mile trip into the heart of Queensland and back. I didn't even know this place existed. So we've been talking about it for a while, and then eventually we planned to do it. So I had to do all of this research for it. And the story just went from silly to bonkers, like to the point where even you, Gem Panda, I reckon even you, if you were being honest, you might not say so on the air, but I reckon you would get to the point where you'd be like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know about this. You know, it's
But Gem Panda's open. Gem's open to fluoride. I will give him that, but everything else he basically would be a normie to you. Yeah.
But
is this screen sharing, guys? Can you see this?
Yes.
All right. So this is one of the dinosaurs I discovered. I think this is the Savannahsaurus, they're calling it. And this is straight from the scientific paper, guys. This is from the academic journal paper that was used to officially, because you have to understand, there's no central organization that signs off on dinosaurs, right? All you need to do is get it published in the paper and you're all good to go, right? And to get it published in the paper, like I've tried to explain, you only need a couple people to sign off on it. It's not the way that people think it works, right? Which is why there's no definite number of how many dinosaurs there are, because there's no central organization in charge of it all. So anyway, this is one that they supposedly found in Queensland. All of the white signifies the fossils they claim to have found. So let's assume they've found the fossils, guys. Let's assume that these are actually fossils and that they've somehow pieced it together the way that it was millions of years ago. Look at the neck. Look at that. You've got one vertebrae there we can infer. Where's the rest of it? How on earth can these people know that this was a long-necked dinosaur? Like, it's ridiculous.
Because
is actually
they know
from a
how
scientific
many vertebrae it had, and they can see the size of the vertebrae.
How do they know how many vertebrae it had, dude?
Because they all have the same.
They all have the same.
Yeah, we all have the same number of vertebrae. I think
We all have the same number of vertebrae, do we?
In dinosaurs, they do, at least.
They do they? How do you know that?
I don't know. I'll have to check on that, but I would.
Yeah, you might have to check on that one, dude. And that's just one dinosaur. They've got 3 species there. This is another one. This might be the Wintonatitan. Again, no head bones, no neck bones, not even any tail bones. How the hell can you have a creature with no tail bones and no neck bones, and yet you can know that it's got a long neck and a long tail? It's insane, guys.
John,
well, I think
is, why if you were going to fake skeleton bones, why not just fake a complete skeleton then?
Hold on, let me stop screen sharing here. Let's see. How do you stop screen sharing? Can you?
I think
someone else do that for me?
Screen share. I think you. Or
There
if
we
you
go.
catch
Fixed
it,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Jed. I missed your question, man.
I was saying, if they were going to fake making bones, like why would they fake just parts of a skeleton? If you're going to fake it, why not fake the whole lot?
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm not saying that they're actually making these fossils up, right? Because a lot of people think a fossil is just an old bone, but it's not. The idea is that suppose I died and then my skeleton sunk into the earth. Over thousands or millions of years, the bones would disappear, but minerals would seep into their place, and those minerals would become the fossils, right? That's the idea behind it. So let's just assume that these guys have got mineral deposits that represent bones or fragments from a creature. Let's assume that they're not faking the finding of these things. You've still got the problem of how do they know how these things go together? How do they know how old these things were? How do they know that they formed a creature? How do they know anything else about the creature? These are the kind of things I'm interested in. Like, because they don't. A lot of people also think in their heads, oh, they just find these dinosaur skeletons, like sort of assembled, like it's ready to go. That's not how they find them. They just find a whole bunch of these fossils, right, scattered all over the joint, and then they recreate them. You see what I'm trying to say? And like a lot of people don't know this because when they're teaching us about dinosaurs in primary school, they're not teaching us anything about the science behind the scenes. We're just learning about the Brontosaurus or the Brachiosaurus or the pterodactyl, or we're learning about the, pick any dinosaur that you like. That's what you're learning about. And you're watching movies like The Land Before Time or We're Back or Jurassic Park, Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park, 1993. We're investing into the stories emotionally. We're not being taught jack shit about the science. So what I'm doing with this film is I'm going out there to show you guys, this is the science behind the dinosaurs that you all love. You know what I mean? It's kind of like shooting Bambi. I kind of feel guilty for it, but it's like, well, someone has to do it.
And what do you think if your video became mainstream and people started really looking into it, and just say the powers that be said, yeah, we were faking them? What effect would that have on society? Like that dinosaurs were faked? Like how would it affect education or the way people think about the past? Or
that's a good question, man. Firstly, I don't think the powers that be or like whoever is in charge, like whatever the structure is, because some people are like, there are no powers that be. We pick the president and he runs the country, and there's no reasoning with these people. So however society is organized, I don't think there'll ever be a public admission that the entire story of dinosaurs has been fabricated or embellished. And my film isn't even so much about the macro story. It's really about the micro. But in terms of my film, dude, I'll be very pleasantly surprised if my film gets seen by more than a few hundred people, right? Like all the members of my website obviously will get access to it. If the feedback's really good, I might take it to a film festival or something like that, like maybe a local film festival, like maybe on the New South Wales coast or something. And that'll be that. Like I'm not expecting this to be big, or most people don't care, dude. Like
I know, but by putting your film into a film festival, that could get noticed, and that could spark something big.
Look, it could. Like I'm not trying to be cynical.
Like who else is leading the way and like
nobody, Jed. Nobody is, man. Nobody. Like even if you just Google now dinosaur hoax or whatever, the best that you'll find will be from people who are trying to. It'll be from Eric Dubay. Or it'll be from people who are trying to push other nonsense, like they're trying to push, young Earth creationism or whatever. Like they can't just give you information on this one area. And then even Dubay, and I've said many times I like Dubay, I like the work that he's done. But even Dubay, if you read his book Flat Earth Conspiracy, which is where his dinosaur stuff is located, in his book Flat Earth Conspiracy, he also pushes giant human skulls, like giant human creatures, right? Like he actually has a chapter devoted to it. Most flat earthers don't know that because most flat earthers don't read books, right? But Dubay, like the preeminent flat earth, the closest thing they've got to an academic, like the closest thing they've got to someone who actually does research, his book is pushing giant creatures, right? So if you actually want just skepticism, not trying to push belief in something, but just an analysis, like a review of what's being said by science and some of the potential problems of it, there's literally nobody doing this, man. Nobody. Like if you wanted to make money, the best bet wouldn't be to debunk dinosaurs. It'd just be to get together with the local mayor of your town, find some dinosaur bones and get some government funding to build a museum, dude. There's these dinosaur museums all over the world. It's like a cottage industry. There is no one asking questions about these things, not properly anyway. Nobody, man. Like it's incredible. It's hard to believe.
Have you asked anyone in the general public about that? Like,
yeah, I mean, obviously
dinosaurs are fake.
Yeah, well, obviously, I'm doing this film. It's a pretty big part of my life. Like, I'm setting aside a whole ton of time dedicated to it, right? So it comes up even just with friends and family, and so I'm smart enough to broach it. It's like I don't even try and suggest that all dinosaurs might be mischievous. Do you know what I mean? I don't go down that path. I just sort of say, well, what if I told you that there was a man who found two separate species of dinosaur in his property? And some people are like, oh, yeah, I mean, it's possible. Some people are like, oh, that's, yeah, well, what else? What if I told you that he got a couple $1 million worth of government funding for a museum? Usually that's when they go, yeah, well, that could be suspicious. Then sometimes they come back to me with, well, what about the peer review process? And if they say that, I just sort of leave it, because that's a faith that people have. Most people have faith in the peer review process, don't know how it works, so there's no point trying to argue it. But the people are like, oh, yeah, if there's money involved, I guess it could be dodgy. I'm like, what if the same dude found two different meteorites on his property? And usually that's when people are like, yeah, I can see where you're going with this. And they won't try and, like, they can see where I'm going with it. They won't try and argue it with me. They can see that it's plausible that there could be some shenanigans going on. But it's very rare that someone will say to me, oh, let's sit down and have a chat about it. Because I think a lot of them, it's like, even if you could prove to them that there was some dude who was up to some shenanigans, it doesn't really affect their life directly. And it's not going to help their worldview. Like most of us, we want our worldview affirmed for us. We want to get confirmation of things we already believe. It's very painful when a big part of our worldview is taken away from us for most people. And so when they cotton on that, oh, this could be big, it doesn't make them think, oh, this is amazing, I want to hear more. It makes them think, actually, good luck with the film, drive safe, and that's really as far as it goes, in my experience.
It's a taboo subject, definitely.
Well, it's challenging science, dude, and science is the modern religion. Jem Panda won't like me saying that, but that is 100% the case. Modern science gives you an epistemology, it gives you a metaphysics, it gives you an eschatology, like it's all going to end with the sun burning, it's all going to end with the universe collapsing on itself. Like, they'll give you creation stories as well, like this Big Bang. Modern science it'll give you a moral system. It's like, oh, well, we're just animals who evolved to be this way. And like, modern science will give people all of the answers that religion gives people.
Those are all theories, though. You know that, right?
I know that. You might know that. Does the average person walking past my window right now who thinks he evolved, does he understand the first thing about what a scientific theory even is? No, he just accepts that the smart people with the white coats have worked out the truth. And if it wasn't the truth, someone would have told him by now. And those crazy Christians who knock on his door, they believe in all kinds of crazy shit. So since he has to choose one of the two, he's going to choose the majority opinion. You see what I'm trying to say?
I agree, but can you pose something to the antithesis of that? I mean, is there anything better than what science is? Because it does represent empirical and a scientific process. Yes, money does get seeped into it, mostly in the pharmaceutical industries and such. But I mean, can you answer that?
Yeah. So empirical, right? Where does the word empirical come from? It means your senses. If you look in the etymology of the word empirical, it means your senses, right? So touch, your sense of feel, sight, sound, smell, right? These are your
Not only
senses.
that, though, but also instrument senses as well, and they can sense much more than us. You must throw that in as well.
Fine. I'm happy to go with that, right? The problem is that it's your senses. The moment that you start believing somebody else, it's no longer empirical. So if I go and I investigate something with my senses and I measure this and I measure that and I test this and I hypothesize and I try to debunk my own hypothesis and I do the actual scientific method, fantastic. If I then say to you, I discovered this and now you believe it, it's no longer empirical. It's empirical for me, but it's not for you. And the vast majority of people who believe that they evolved from whatever, or that the Earth was created in a big bang like billions of years ago, or whatever, they've got no direct sense, link with any of this supposed knowledge or these theories. They've just been told. They read it in a book. It is literally doctrine. Do you know what I mean? They are literally. We were indoctrinated.
But that's kind of a fallacy, because it's on their own onus to go learn about these and to do this kind of research unbiasedly. You know,
and you know full well that most of them won't.
Well, yeah, I know, but that doesn't prove anything either way. That just proves really that people are more interested in other things.
Right. Yeah, but you're kind of changing the subject there. Like, you asked me about empirical. I'm like, yeah, dude, I totally fully support the empirical scientific method. I think it's an amazing tool that we can use to try and learn more about the world around us, right? Now, Jay Dyer, your boy Jay Dyer, he'll say, well, the scientific method is one thing, but there are other methods. And I agree with him about that as well. There's the material understanding of the world, then there's the non-material. I'm totally down with that. But as far as the material world that we have goes, the empirical scientific method, I think is fantastic. The problem is that when someone tells you they believe that we live on a giant spinning ball hurtling around the sun, they've got no empirical basis for that. All they've got is an appeal to authority, an appeal to consensus, a whole bunch of logical fallacies for believing it, nothing empirical whatsoever. So you either value empiricism or you don't. And I do. And my senses don't say anything about us being billions of years old or about hurtling around the sun or any of this nonsense. Now, if you say, no, your senses don't, but these other people's do, fine. But stop telling me you believe in empiricism. Start telling me you have faith in
hold
science.
on,
That's what you've really got.
with primary knowledge, can you see Wi-Fi signals or radio communication signals? So, you have to take some secondary knowledge because it is empirical that obviously you can't see it with your senses, but there is an effect, causal and effect,
Sure, and I can turn my router off, and I'll no longer be in this Hangout, right? So there's something that I can still test. I can press a button on the router, my internet stops working. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily that there are these Wi-Fi signals in the room, but all of a sudden I can start building inferences, right? Still using my senses.
Yes.
Now, someone comes along and says to me, did you know, have you heard about this? Actually, the universe was created in a giant explosion out of nothing. There was nothing, literally nothing. And then all of a sudden there was everything. And I'm like, okay.
I don't think that the Big Bang. If you're trying to say that there was an ontological nothing, that's not what the Big Bang is actually proposing.
Well, tell me what it is then.
It's not an ontological nothing into something.
Just explain what it is.
Well, it's obviously a materialist way to.
What was there before the Big Bang?
Well, they don't exactly know. They don't know that all it is a mathematical construct. We both know that.
Good. That's all I wanted you to say is that we don't know, right? So that's why these people have theories, but that's not how the masses perceive them. The masses, the average person.
That's true.
The average person doesn't think more than 1 or 2 steps ahead, even in the way they live their lives, right? They go to school. They do 13 years at school in my country anyway. They think they're smart, and that's it, dude. That's it. You see what I'm saying? So you might know that it's a theory and they don't really know. I might know that. But everyone we deal with every day lives their life as though they evolved from simpler species and that the Earth is billions of years old and that it's all going to come to an end.
It's on their own onus to do, more research onto it. It proves nothing that the masses, like Kardashian as opposed to astrophysics. I mean, it's a moot point in my opinion.
And it's the exact same in Christian cults. It's like, hold on, you guys actually, you don't really believe that Jesus walked on water, do you? And it's like if you read further into theology, there are many great theologians who've had things to say about all manner of topics, right? About the morals and the ethics of living a good life and eschatology, the way it all ends. And you don't just take what's said in the Bible literally. That's just one book, but the great theologians have much more to say. They're never going and reading the great theologians. No, they've got the book. It's a simple book. Their pastor says, we're going to read passage Luke 3, whatever today, and that's it. You see what I'm trying to say? It's the exact same thing, okay? The pastor at the front might know that there's more to theology than what's in the Bible, but the flock doesn't. Exact same with science.
Jed, Jim, you guys here?
Yes.
Sorry. Do you want to expand on any of his logically fallacious arguments that he just tried to propose to us? He likes to sneak shit in, but
I had a few bits on Dinosaur.
Go ahead.
We kind of moved on from that, so. And I'm feeling very.
I'm sure. Well, I would like to point out also to Jed, and if he doesn't know, and other people that Joe Rogan actually had a paleontologist. Isn't that what it is? Paleontologist on his show. Debunking Eric Dubé's actual video. And,
right. I mean,
the debunk wasn't.
I think that's wrong.
Yeah, of course. Well, it comes from Eric Dubé. I don't even think he knows that there's a southern celestial pole yet. Seriously, he doesn't.
But I think one of the claims that he made, and one of the things that John said, and I think it's not entirely wrong, but it's not entirely true, is the idea that evolution and dinosaur fossils came simultaneously, and that isn't really correct. I think there were well, some people say, and I guess this is weak evidence really, but some people say legends of things turning to stone, and as you mentioned, giants and things like that. Some people suggest that those ideas came from fossil finds, but beyond that, there were early fossil collectors. Mary Anning is probably the most famous one in England, and she was collecting fossils. And in the interest of transparency, selling them long before Owen and Darwin came along. You know, I think she had a shop in the late 1700s selling fossils. So I don't think it's true that both things came along together, although ideas of evolution were forming that early on. So it's a little bit cloudy.
Have you heard the expression "she sells seashells by the seashore"?
Yeah, that's actually about Mary Anning.
That's your girl Mary Anning, yes. And so she wasn't hypothesizing that these giant creatures evolved over millions and millions of years. She was collecting fossils and selling them. And now history tells us that she's discovered all these dinosaur species, right? Like just this woman with no scientific training, just walking on the beach, discovering dinosaurs. That's how it
described the first ichthyosaur. I think that's what she's credited with.
Yeah, and then if you fast forward to the supposed scientists, that's where you start getting these theories of evolution, which came around about the same time as the dinosaurs. And to give a perfect example of that, Darwin's bulldog, right, was a guy called Thomas Henry Huxley, the grandfather of Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World, right? And that was Darwin's bulldog, and we're talking here in the mid 1800s, right? And that was around the same time that Richard Owen coined Dinosauria and all the rest of it from there, right? So it was around the same time, dude. Mary Anning didn't. She wasn't the one who came up with dinosaur theory, dude. Like it's a bit. Like I'm not sure if you're trying to mislead people, but that's a bit of a red herring, dude.
Well, I think I would say likewise. I mean, she's 100 years before Darwin, and she's finding dinosaurs. And the way you portrayed this is dinosaurs and Darwin, and evolution.
But they weren't called dinosaurs in her time, dude. They weren't called dinosaurs. They were just fossils. And she wasn't scientific. She was just some woman.
Because we hadn't, we hadn't found enough of them to create the science of paleontology and call them a name. Doesn't mean that they didn't exist or they weren't dinosaur fossils, does it? I mean,
well, we don't know if they were dinosaur fossils, though, dude. Like, if I wanted to go and inspect Mary Anning's findings, where would I go now?
Natural History Museum in London.
Yeah, and how many? Okay, so we've got Mary Anning's fossils on display there. How long have they been on display at the National History Museum?
I have no idea. This
you don't know. That's the point, dude. You don't know. Like, you'll cite Mary Anning. It's just like religious people saying, "Oh, but when the Gospels, blah blah blah." It's like, wait, hold on a second. We're meant to be having a discussion about what really happened here, about actual science.
It's kind of unreasonable to have every factoid, on dinosaurs.
And you also cited history. I mean, how do you know yours is correct then?
Well, I'm saying I'm not convinced that history that we're given is correct. I think there's too many contradictions in it. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm so skeptical of it. Whereas when people say, "Oh, no," like Mary Anning came along before Richard Owen and before the Bone Wars, and she discovered dinosaurs, it's like, well,
you're saying she didn't. So, I mean,
I'm saying I'm not convinced that she did. It's just a myth to me. It's just a myth. It's like a religious myth to me, this Mary Anning story. She sells seashells by the seashore.
It's very easy to just dismiss it as a myth. I mean, what does it have to be evidence if it's historical? What qualifies it if it's historical?
Well, before I would believe it, I'd want to inspect it.
Dismiss all historical evidence?
Well, before I would believe it, I'd want to inspect it. I'd want to be able to inspect it. Mary Anning wasn't writing any scientific papers. I'll put it to you like that, right? And if you're saying that her fossils are on display at the National History Museum, great. The first thing I've got to do is find out, how long have they been on display? Because if they've only been on display for the last 100 years, then what were they doing in the interim? Do you know what I mean? I'm not just going to take these people's stories on face value. That's what you do if you have faith. I don't have faith in these people, dude.
Okay. I think that's a pretty, I don't know. I guess that's your way of doing things. It seems a bit,
sometimes you need faith.
Impractical. I mean, how can you?
Sometimes you need faith in what you're given, because we're just not. We've not got the capacity we can't experience everything these people have experienced in the past. Sometimes we have to give our faith to these professional people. JLB. That's the thing. I've explained this a few times, but I had cataract surgery in one of my eyes, and I never knew the guy's how much experience he's had. The surgeon, I had to put my faith in the surgeon putting a knife in my eye. I never knew had all the evidence that he went to medical school or he read all the books he should have read. I never seen any evidence that he's done any operations beforehand. But I had to put my faith into that guy's experience and go under the knife. And at the end of it, my life was better for it. And that was because I put my faith, blind faith, complete blind faith in that person.
I think we all do all the time, and I think that's the problem with that, JLB, is if you can't apply it consistently, is it valuable?
Well, I mean, to take Jed's example, right, that's a practical example of something that he's done in his life where he's had faith in another person who has performed a physical operation, right? Mm-hmm. And you guys seem to be trying to suggest that there's an analogy between that and me sitting here and being told by someone that they have a theory about how the world started or where I came from or these creatures that used to exist. I'm not so sure that there's an equivalence there. It seems like a false equivalence to me. And even in the case of Jed's operation, was it really blind faith, or does he have reason to infer from previous life experience that people who call themselves doctors in England usually, or in Scotland are usually doctors? Maybe not always, but he's got reason to infer. He's actually got a past track record with these people telling him the truth in a way that was verified. They've fixed up a cold in the past, or they've fixed up a cough in the past, or they've fixed up a broken arm in the past or something. So he's slowly but surely built up an evidence base that these people might know what they're talking about. I'm not so sure that's analogous to me sitting here listening to a supposed paleontologist tell me that they know.
I didn't have to see any evidence. I just knew the guy was an eye surgeon, and that's all it was. I didn't have to dig into the guy's history or where he learned his trade or anything like that. Like sometimes what the issue was faith. Sometimes you do have to put faith. If you go around this world with that kind of logic where you're not going to believe anything unless it's right in front of you, let's
also kind of interject here that these are the best theories of science, right? These are not the facts. And yes, you can argue that a lot of people walk around the general public thinking that, yeah, these are facts, okay? But they are theories, and I do respect them as the best man can do, being that, me and John and Jem, we all just, dude, we are all born into this, and this is madness. Whatever this is, reality, trying to explain it is madness. So, I just kind of respect them in that they've come up with something that they can represent with empirical data, with what they say, with stars and their movements and stuff. So, you do have to take it on faith, but I don't really necessarily believe in these theories.
JLB, I'm interested. What do you believe in now? I heard you saying that you think the heliocentric model is ridiculous. So, what is it that you now sort of believe?
Yeah, that's a fair question. Well, I say on the cosmological question, right? What I'll do is I'll try and post something the next couple of days because people keep asking me this. Now that I've started attacking or criticizing.
Stop saying this, man. Stop saying this. I've heard you saying this every time. I'll post it on my webpage and stuff. Just tell us, man. Stop being about the bush, man. Just tell us.
No, that's a fair call, man. That's a fair call. I see what you're saying, right? Look, the thing is I have explained this now twice live on the air, right? And it's like, I don't want to bore people repeating the same story, but if I had to make it concise for you like this, I think flat Earth is ridiculous, and I think a lot of people involved in it are well-meaning, but the phenomenon that we can see for ourselves and experience, there's no flat Earth map or model. There never will be because there's too many contradictions, right? In terms of heliocentrism, I think it is if you accept a few assumptions, it's a model that can work, right? It can make predictions, and if you accept a few assumptions, you can even use it as some kind of explanatory model for what we see. You can, if you want to, accept those assumptions, but you don't have to. You could just as easily explain the observable phenomenon and make correct predictions about the future, about what's coming on, just as easily using a geocentric stationary ball Earth model, right? Just as easily. Now that's a model, okay? Heliocentrism is a model. Flat Earth, they don't even have a model, but if they did, it would still just be a model. Geocentrism is just a model, and the map is not the terrain. So if I give you a map of Queensland, and you can use that to predict where you'll be if you head northwest for 100 kilometers, and it can be used very, very well for predictions. It doesn't mean that you live on that map. It's just a map. It's just something that you can use as a tool to help you understand where you are. So it is with a stationary ball Earth geocentric model. It doesn't mean you actually live on a globe and that if you walk 10,000 kilometers one way, you'll be upside down. It's not that you actually live there. It's just a model to explain observed phenomenon. And in that sense, it's scientific. Now, if you can do the same things with both heliocentrism and geocentrism, why would I choose geocentrism? Because of empirical, because of my senses. I don't sense spin. Like thousands of kilometers an hour and all this kind of, I don't sense it. They'll say, oh, but that's because of gravity and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I also don't accept that some dude 200 years ago could weigh the entire Earth with heavy balls hanging in a shed. That's utterly ridiculous.
That's neither here nor there.
You need that for gravity. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm not interested in this gravity nonsense. I don't feel spin. Okay, I don't sense spin. Empirically, it seems to me like we're stationary. That accords with the stationary ball Earth model. That's my explanation in like 2 minutes.
So you think it's a geocentric model?
Yeah, well, if I had to give it a word, but the problem with geocentrism is there's this guy called Robert Sungenis, who is like the leading geocentrist.
I heard him on a Globebusters show, actually.
Yeah, and it was pretty funny because he kind of have you ever seen two boxers knock each other out with a right hook? it was kind of like that, because they had some good points to make about his stupid beliefs in NASA and about, the sun. He's still, basically, his model is that everything the heliocentrists say is correct, except it's the Earth that's in the middle, right? Everything else is true. NASA's real. All the things that they've sent into space are real. All this nonsense, right? So they were able to roll him on his belief in NASA, but he was able to roll them with their stupid flat Earth, not according with observed phenomenon, right? So it was like two right hooks.
John,
knocking each other out.
are you inferring that all of NASA is fake?
Well, I don't know what you mean by fake. They release videos, you know what I mean? From what I understand, they send people out to schools and they have, children who get to ask these astronauts questions. And like these people exist.
All of the video you're inferring is fake because NASA is fraudulent, right?
Well, I don't believe that there's people who live in a in a giant Coke can flying around the Earth. I don't believe that kind of stuff. No. So the video footage they give us of that.
Look, this all is on your philosophical basis that basically you have to, in your terms of empiricism, basically have to, observe it and touch it and smell it yourself. So basically, your standards of evidence are just as impossible to prove heliocentrism to, or
no, that's not true.
It being better. Yeah, it is. Then a flat Earth.
Example. I've never been to the United States. Right? I've never been to the United States, but I'm happy to infer that there is this place where people live, potentially millions and millions of people live, where their technology is very similar to here. And I'm talking to one or two people from the US right now, even though I've never been there. Right? I'm happy to make that inference based on past life experience. I have got no solid proof. I can't smell America. I can't touch it. I've never smelt or touched it. I'm happy to infer that it's there, though. It's not about faith. It's just about an inference. This could all be a deception. You guys could all be in an ASIO parking lot in Canberra, for all I know. But it seems to me more likely that you, Tim, are in America or South America, wherever you are, right? Even though I've never physically touched it. It's just an inference, right? But I've got no passion to argue the point. If someone came and said to me, oh, you can't prove that he's actually in America, I'd be like, no, I can't prove it. It's just an inference that I'm drawing. You see what I'm trying to say? You could be in a car park in Canberra right now, in Asia. And that's the difference between me and people who believe in heliocentrism or believe in flat Earth. They've got this belief that they have to defend and proselytize. And I'm like, no, I believe that Tim is in America, but if you don't, I don't care. I could be wrong. I've got no real proof. It's just an inference.
Why are you specifically bringing up me and in America?
Well, because I have been to the UK, so I know that place exists. So I can't use Jed as an example, and I think Gem Panda is there as well, right?
I think you're going somewhere else with that. But let me bring up, since you think that the whole moon landing was a hoax. So do you believe that was all just a fiction? All the telemetry, all of the actual data, everything, the rockets that were shot up that people could see, everything is a hoax. So does that mean that it's all fake?
100%. Yeah, 100%. The Apollo missions, 1969 to 1972, amusingly fake. When I look at that footage these days, I think to myself, wow, they really don't even have to put much effort into this, do they? Like, so long as it's on the TVs, the people.
So do you understand where your empiricism breaks down, though, John? Because
explain it to me.
You're making many inferences because you can't empirically touch, taste, and smell things. So what kind of logic is that when really the Earth is big, the universe is big, no matter if it's geocentric or heliocentric. I mean, how is that logic relevant?
I'm not sure you've actually pointed out a flaw in the logic. And like when you say that the universe is
saying
big, like I don't believe the universe
you
is
don't
big.
believe things because you can't empirically see them.
I can't
Correct?
empirically see the United States, dude, but I believe it's there. I could be wrong, but I believe it's there.
So you don't believe people went to the moon because you couldn't empirically see it and it looks fake to you.
No,
and
that's not why I don't believe
you
in the
also
moon.
don't believe people are in the ISS, though we can see it and track it, and actually see it. It's up there. But you just think it's all fake. It's all a hoax.
No, the
They
moon
put it up
landings.
there, but no humans are there.
The moon landings. There's more problems than just the fact that I haven't been there. Like I don't take it for granted that the moon is a solid physical object where anyone could go. Like where did you first start believing that? You were raised to believe that, right? Whereas when I look up at the moon,
Well, do
I don't know what I'm
solid
looking at.
objects have shadows when cast with a light?
Do solid objects have
Yeah.
shadows? Yeah, of course.
Okay, so there's craters and there are shadows, and they do correlate with the
Sure,
sun's
but I can show you a
position.
2D image with shadows, and it's just a 2D image, right?
Well, there's lunar libration, which you can see 59% of the moon, right? So how do you explain that?
Well, that's what they say. That's what they say, but I've never gotten my telescope out and double checked.
Oh,
that.
you
Have
haven't done it, so okay, I gotcha.
but
See,
like,
this is where
have
this
you done
logic
that?
leads, though.
But like, have you?
This is where this
lunar
logic
libration-
leads. No. I can actually not deny everything that I see, so I can actually look at people's work and take their word for it.
Whose
Many
work?
different
Who did the lunar libration work that convinced you?
on lunar libration. Well, NASA for one.
It was NASA who convinced
Complete
you. Complete lunar libration.
hoax. No, there's others.
Like that's
People,
that's
you
all
can
right.
do
Like
it yourself. You could do it yourself if you wanted to.
Could I?
Yeah.
So then how come you haven't?
Because it doesn't interest me. I don't have to deny everything to have my belief substantiated in such illogical ways. Your standards of evidence
So
are
what was it that
ridiculous.
convinced you about the moon landings? Like which part of the footage was it that most convinced
Well,
you? Was it
actually,
the June
if
buggies
you
they were
watch Gem
driving around in?
Gem Panda's channel might change your mind about some things. It really will, because he doesn't go with the typical hoaxer, something happened to the way to the moon like you do, or maybe clues for him or anything like that. He actually does research on the fact.
Dude, something happened on a way to moon. That's Bart Sabro, man. He's a joke, dude. Like I don't
You've
use
used
him
his arguments before.
Which arguments?
Have you not used low Earth orbit through the window?
I don't remember using that one. And if I did, I'm renouncing it. I don't remember using that one though.
Good.
Well,
That's all. Yeah, cool.
one thing I would say though, John, is I think that that America is there. I think you have a justified true belief, and that's often how knowledge is defined. I think it is a belief, but I think it's justified, and if it happens to be true, then it's knowledge.
Yeah, I think it's a justified belief as well. That's why I hold the belief. But I have never felt or touched the United States.
I call him a
empirical...
skeptical empiricist. That's what I'll call him. He's
that's
skeptical.
I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Well, you can't know some things, John. You'll never know anything, probably because we won't go to space. So that's all X'd out for you. So too bad.
Yeah,
But
and it's like if someone did put me on a rocket, right? Hypothetically, someone actually said, "That's it. This JLB dude, we're gonna make it so that he cannot deny this anymore. We'll put him in a rocket and we'll fly him into space." And I got there, I'd be like, "Oh, I was wrong. All right. Well, when I get back, I'm gonna have to tell everyone I was wrong." You know what I mean? It wouldn't be a big deal to me. I think a lot of people though, they've got so much of their ego is invested in their beliefs. That's why they have to thrash and deny and argue and fight, because it's all about the way that they identify themselves in the world. Their beliefs are who they are. Whereas to me, it's like, well, these are my beliefs. Here's why. If you don't agree, that's totally sweet. We can talk about it if you want. It's not a big deal. And when I get proven wrong, I'm wrong. Just like when those dudes, because I was like that example again, where I was like, that study says that they can prove that we all come from Africa and they've got no Africans in the study. I was wrong. There was like 2 Africans in the study, which to me is still ridiculous.
John, how big of a sample?
I was wrong.
Yeah, you say that, but how big of a sample size is needed if you have one black person? What is a good sample size for you?
That's a good question. Thousands. That'd be a bare minimum for me. Thousands.
Well, I guess I could argue for more than 2. For sure.
Yeah, and the point is I was
sure.
wrong. And like as soon as those dudes told me that I was wrong, I was like, well, hold on, guys, let's go and check. Like I could be wrong. Let's go and check Let's bring up that paper. I haven't looked at it for a few months. Let's go and look at it right now. You know what I mean? Live on the air.
Well, you would need literally black people from you would need black people from like different parts of the world, like Africa. You would have to, have all. I mean, you'd go to America, everywhere where black people are, indigenously or not. And
No, I mean, take a
them,
step back
because
from
two
trying
people
to.
is not. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, take a
Go
step
ahead.
back from trying to verify the study. I mean, just the study itself. Like, I was factually incorrect about what the study said. And so I was happy to double check it live on the air with these dudes who were arguing the opposite point. And as soon as we identified, actually, it says there, two Africans, not 0. I was like, oh, I was wrong. 2 Africans. Thank you. Thank you for pointing out that I was wrong. Thank you. Like, you've done me a favor. Whereas most people, if you point out logical problems with their belief system or evidence problems with their belief system, they get angry at you. You know what I'm trying to say? It's emotions-based belief versus evidence-based belief. And I think that's why when we're children in school, they don't give us the evidence for dinosaurs. They get us to believe in the dinosaurs, in Ducky and Spike and all the rest of them. Because from that point forward, for most people, there's no coming back. Ever.
Jed, you still there, buddy? Jim?
I'm still here, man.
Yeah.
Good. I just didn't want to say something because usually when I talk, someone else starts talking at the same time.
Yeah.
JLB makes some good points. Like I've got to agree with him with the first moon landings. I'm very skeptical. Maybe they've been back since. I'm not totally sure, but those first ones look a joke.
I'd love to say
especially the technology that. But like I said, I'm open to look at evidence to say otherwise. But even the astronauts themselves are a bit. Come on, look at this Buzz guy. He's a walking clown.
Well, I mean, what I could do, I would like to. I've not actually done this yet, but I have got what I consider to be a lot of evidence that is independent of NASA.
Nice.
So for instance, I mean, I'll just mention it quickly, but I have got documentary evidence to support this. But with Apollo, various bits of it could be seen with the naked eye. I mean, obviously people saw the launches, but once it was launched, they did things like fuel dumps in space that people just saw. And they were able to spot those and take photos of them. Things appeared in the press about it that, correlated with the times that NASA were telling us that these things were happening. So there's various accounts like that from various places. And then NASA used about 1,000 amateur and professional astronomers all around the world to basically track the missions. So they, told them roughly where they would be flying, and these astronomers tracked them, and they were able to see and take photographs of the spacecraft in flight all the way to the moon. So there's that evidence. There are also people that did radio tracking, amateur radio ham people. Lots of accounts from amateur astronomers that weren't connected with the NASA project that were printed in various astronomy magazines and things like that. Accounts from Russians who were looking to do their own lunar missions, so decided to use the Apollo missions as an opportunity to test their ability to, receive a radio signal from that distance. And then beyond that, there were also accounts of the re-entries that were seen from aircraft. So a lot of that actually was in your part of the world, John.
Well, John can't touch it or smell it or see it, so he's going to be skeptical about it.
Yeah, but that's not fair, because I mean, when we're talking about these fuel dumps, it's like how much excess fuel do these guys take with them on the way to the moon, dude? Like what are you talking about?
Well, now what's the reasoning behind the extra fuel? I can't remember. I can look into that. There is a reason why they have extra fuel. I can't remember what it is, but they dump it before they go to the moon, but to reduce the weight. They also do some water dumps as well at times. But all
excess
of this
water as well. They're packing too much water and fuel.
all of this stuff can be seen. I mean, people witnessed it. It's. I mean, if you're saying that's ludicrous, then you need to suggest what it was these people were seeing in the sky and taking photographs of.
Who were the people? Like, let's get our let's start from our first sort of premises.
Well,
here.
like I say, if I'm going to do it, I've got documentary evidence for this. These things are in newspaper reports at the time and things like that. So I could go through it all, but I'm not going to do it now. It's 4 a.m. and I feel like shit. And it's
that's fair enough. Well, dude, I've got to get going as well soon. I just got one question for you though, Jim Panda. Like, suppose I moved to England and moved next door to you, right?
Right.
And you knew full well that I just did not believe pretty much anything that you were told at school, pretty much, with some exceptions. You know what I mean? But every now and then I invited you over for a beer, or I bought a nice snooker table, invited you over for some snooker. And whenever you came over, I never tried to change your mind. So long as you didn't try and change mind, could we be friends? Could we get along, or would it be a deal breaker?
no, I'm sure we could get along.
Good. That's all I'm
I
looking
haven't
for.
offended you, have I? I didn't.
No, you're all right, man. You're all right to talk to. There's some good as I call them, normies to talk to, and then there's some bad ones. You know what I mean? And the good ones, good value. And it used to be like that with the flat earthers as well, man. There used to be good flat earthers to talk to, where you could just have discussions, right? Like the first few episodes of the Baller Skeptic Roundtable, it was just a discussion. It was like, well, I believe this. Why do you believe that? No problems, right? It hasn't always been the way that it is now. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't always been like this.
I mean, I must admit, I am guilty of what you described. I do get emotionally attached to ideas, and I don't always know why. I mean, I just like being right, I guess. I mean,
we all do, man. It takes a big thing to admit that as well. And I've been wrong, you've probably been wrong. Everyone who's being honest has been wrong about something. You know what I mean? It's just part of being human. Why is it such a big deal?
Well, when I was married, one of the most intense arguments I had with my ex-wife was about the popularity of the Spice Girls. So I'm not quite sure why I was emotionally attached to that idea.
I just think it's the first moon landings, and I think it suits the whole America versus Russia and JFK. He kind of set a deadline, and it just seemed by him setting that deadline, was it 2 years or 4 years or something like that?
No, it's by the end of the decade, and he said it in 61.
And what was it, 68, 67?
69 when they landed.
And it just seems like by setting that deadline, if they were never going to reach it, they could fake it now and then maybe do it for real, maybe a few years down the line. I just think that added pressure of JFK saying by the end of the decade, I think it seems to fit in with the conspiracy as well.
Yeah.
Well, they had the whole big space race, guys. There was this big space race because America and the Soviets, they were at war, guys. It was a Cold War, but they were mortal enemies, you see. And so it was very important that the US expand its military-industrial complex, because NASA is military. People do know this, I'm sure. So they have to expand their military to take on the evil Soviets, who are doing the same thing with Sputnik. Guys, go and look up video footage of Sputnik. Go and look up a news report on Sputnik. It is laughable. But of course, it's just like George Orwell told us. You have to be at war with another enemy, because then your people will be scared and they'll let you do whatever you want. And so we've always been at war with East Asia or with Eurasia, whatever, it doesn't matter. And that's what the Cold War was. And the space race was part of that. It's all related, guys. It's all the same nonsense story that the masses are given. And it's like, do you actually believe that the American people get to elect a president who has his finger on a button that can evaporate millions of people instantly, right? That's what most normies believe. They believe that the president can press a red button or in a suitcase, whatever, twist a dial, and nuclear bombs go off, right? And they also believe that guy is elected by the hoi polloi, by the masses. It is absolute insanity, guys.
You have disbelief then, correct?
Well, I don't believe in that story.
You have 100% absolute surety that it is the case that he does not, correct?
Well, I don't know who runs a story, who runs a show, dude. Like I have no idea at this point. It could be anybody. But the idea that they would let the people elect a man who could just one day just press a button and that's the end of it. I mean, I'll give you an example, right? I was chatting with a friend recently, right? A guy down in Melbourne, really nice guy, really smart guy. We went through university together. Haven't spoken to him for a while. First time I've spoken to him since Trump got in. And I didn't want to bring up politics because I knew that, because, you know, most of the guys I went to uni with, they're very left-leaning, is how you might describe them, right? So there's no point me talking about politics with them because, like, I detest left and right? But he brought up the Trump thing. Like, he was genuinely dejected about Trump being in. And he even made a joke about, you know, how could they let that guy get access to the codes? And it's like, I didn't want to fucking cause a fight or anything, so I didn't say anything to him. But in my mind, I'm thinking, this friend of mine, this beautiful young man, relatively young man, a lovely guy, an intelligent guy, fully believes that some dude who the Americans elected.
Was he possibly speaking colloquially? I mean, it's kind of a joke, right?
It is kind of a joke, but it's a joke based on what people believe, dude. And I do think people believe this, and I'm quite confident he believes it. And I'm sure many people listening to this right now believe that. They actually believe.
How can you justify what anyone believes, though? Just by talking to them? Because that was a colloquial.
Oh, look, okay, so I know my friend. I mean, you don't know this guy. I know him. I know what kind of things he believes. I'm making the inference that he really believes that. Maybe I should have said to him, dude, do you really believe Trump has access to the codes? And he might have said, not really, but still, I don't want him to be in power because he's dangerous, whatever. Like, who knows what he would have said.
You should have went with the new codes right after that.
You know, and I know that most people do believe this crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, we live in a world surrounded by people who believe a lot of nonsense. You know what I mean? And they'll say that I believe nonsense. That's fine. But they're the ones who believe that the American people get to choose who presses a nuclear bomb button and kill millions of people. And the reason why that's relevant is because it ties into the space race. All of this ties in together, guys. All of it. Like even just intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? Or they can put these nuclear warhead payloads on an intercontinental ballistic missile and they can fire them and they could wipe out a city and not even be near the city and millions of people will die, right?
So JLB, do you think nukes are fake?
Of course they're fake. Yep, 100%.
What do you think of that, Jeremy?
He's passed out. He's asleep.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I sighed then.
Of course the nukes are real. Of course nukes are real. We've got footage of houses being blown over. Haven't you seen the house get blown over? It's a nuclear bomb, guys.
What evidence do you have that they're fake?
Well, it's the burden of proof isn't on me. They're the ones claiming they've got these weapons that can kill millions of people. That the burden of proof is on them. And what proof have they given you that they've got these devices?
It's the flat Earth tactic, isn't it, John? From the skeptical empiricists, it's the flat Earth tactic. You just pull.
No, like what evidence do any of you guys have that these weapons are real?
Well,
Hiroshima.
I think it can be reasonably inferred in the way that you reasonably infer that America exists.
Sure. Like, give me your inferences. Like, what are the premises that you draw the inferences from?
Testimonies.
Yeah, I guess the footage is part of it. I guess I don't know, the aircraft that were built to carry the weapons. You know, what I know about the existence of weapons, what I know about the existence of rockets.
Hey, John.
You know, you're sort of suggesting the idea that a rocket could go from one country to another is some sort of ludicrous, preposterous idea, and you know that's why I asked you for evidence of that, because that, you know, we see rockets go up all the time. It doesn't seem preposterous that you could send one high enough that it would, you know, follow its ballistic trajectory and fall down in another country. Why is that not possible?
I guess that part's plausible, but the idea with rockets is that they're meant to be targeted, right? Now, why do people believe that these rockets can travel long distances with any accuracy? Why do they believe that? They've got these heat-seeking missiles. I saw it in Top Gun. You know what I mean? I saw it in Independence Day, right?
Because we put man on the moon in 1969, bro. Come on! Seriously, we did. And you know it, man. You're being
Yeah,
you're being
1969, right? We had what was his name? What was the guy? Werner von Braun, right? Werner von Braun. Go back and watch footage of him
boy.
and ask me if that's a real German accent. Anyway, so this guy Werner von Braun was in charge of the V2 rockets, right? The V2 rockets in World War II that the Germans fired across the sea to England, right?
Oh.
1,000 of these V2 rockets that they fired. Go and look into this stuff, right? Go and look into the footage of these V2 rockets, right? And then remember that George Orwell wrote about, in 1948, he wrote about how there would be these fake explosions that the government would want to scare the populace, right? And then Winston's girlfriend says to him, "Have you ever wondered if these rockets are the real deal?" And Winston is like, "You know what? I never really have." And people never do. They never wonder if all these gadgetry is the real deal. They just take
John,
it on face
is
value.
1984 reality? Because I think he does make reference to geocentrism, doesn't he?
Well, he talks about how, like, when Winton is being sort of interrogated or kind of tortured by the main dude, this guy talks about how, like, do you think it's beyond our scientists to come up with a dual system of astronomy? Do you know what I mean? And this is like what I was saying to you guys before. It's like the heliocentrism model, if you just accept a few assumptions, can make predictions and can explain what we see. It can, if you just accept a few assumptions. But so can geocentrism without the assumptions. So it's like, that's a dual system of astronomy right there. Same thing with dinosaur bones, dude. In the exact same interrogation, this main dude who's interrogating the protagonist of the book, same thing with the dinosaur bones. It's like, what, you don't think that our scientists are good enough to put those there? Like, come on, man, give us some credit here. We can make all of this shit up. And of course they can. No one's asking questions, man. No one wants to be the, like, there's this old saying in Chinese that goes something like, it's the nail that's sticking out that gets hammered. And I think a lot of people, that's how it is. They just don't want to step out of line. Like, they just want to go with the flow, and they just can't believe that there could be a deception this large taking place. And you can see this even on smaller scales with the flat Earth believers. It's like, no way. If the Lobe Busters and all of the others, if they were all just in this for money and for attention and like no way. Like, we'd know by now. It's just, this is what humans do. They cannot believe that they can be deceived. They cannot believe they can be deceived, and that's why they're so easily deceived. Anyway, I gotta get going, guys. This has been fun. Jed, thanks so much for having me, man. I gotta get going. Do you mind if I re-upload this? Is that cool with you?
No, that's cool, mate. Thanks for coming on, and you've been a great guest. It's been a privilege to have you on, mate.
What we have to do is we have to all say nasty things about each other before I leave. Otherwise, people will think we're all on the same team. So, so Jed, I hate your claymation videos, man. I think there's Gem Panda. Well, I mean, you're a normie, so we're natural enemies, but I think we can be friends. and old mate Timmy Osman, dude, I reckon you're all right, dude. I reckon you're just trolling. Honestly, I reckon you're an all right guy. But yeah, fuck you, dude. You can get fucked.
That was interesting.
I gotta love JLB.
Yeah, that's probably the best conversation I've had with JLB.
Is it?
Yeah, well, I don't know. He has this way, doesn't he, of sort of, I don't know, there's a sort of mocking tone, isn't there, sometimes, to, if you want to believe that, that's up to you, you know. It's kind of like he isn't being as charitable as the words that he's saying suggest, you know.
He's got a lot of conspiracies under his belt, man.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, I absolutely love so many of the things that he says. So a lot of what he says about flat Earth, I think he's spot on with. You know, and it just pisses me off so much because I agree with him so much, and then when I'm at the receiving end of it, he makes me so angry. But I guess he's just very good at what he does. I think he knows he's making, you know, people angry. And
look, logic breaks down with a skeptical empiricist. It's done. It's over. He's exposed. Seriously, man. It's exposure. And it's a good philosophical stance. That's basically what he's doing. He's taking a philosophical stance, but that really can only lead you to so much truth. And maybe it will be more objective in the end, but sometimes, shit, man. I don't know. Argumentum ad populum.
Tim,
insert it there.
Would you what would we have to do as men to find out about dinosaur bones being fake? What would we have to do on a personal scale to find this out for ourselves without relying on?
I think that's what he's doing. Well, Yeah, I mean that's a whole nother thing.
What
I
would
mean,
we
if we
have to
were
do? Like,
true, go find one ourselves. I guess I don't know.
like
It's
that's
kind of like to a flat earther, you know. It's like, okay, these are basically impossible odds, right? That you're going to be shot up into space, but that is your standard of evidence to prove that it's a globe to you. I mean, it's just like, okay, you know, like you're not going to find a dinosaur bone, probably just the same, from what I understand. But you know, I'm pretty open. You know, I'm open
yeah,
to the
because
ideas.
that is strange. That guy having two sets of skeleton
Yeah.
bones and a set of skeletons and two meteors in his garden. That must be like lightning hitting you 10 times in a row.
Oh
Well,
yeah, dude.
Like the
well, I
odds.
think actually with the dinosaurs, I mean, fossilization is a result of rapid burial, and rapid burial is often a result of flooding. So I don't think it's. I was going to say I don't think it's unusual, but I mean big fossil finds are unusual, but it's certainly not the first time multiple fossils have been found together, because you know they believe it's as a result of some sort of flood event. You know, a load of animals they've got washed up in one eddy or something, and ended up in one spot as the water drained away. Makes sense?
Kind of. I know they're rare. Fossilization. It's a rare.
Right.
It's a rare thing. But I heard Flat Earth mention saying something like fossilization can happen in 3,000 years or something. Did you hear that?
I don't know. I don't know whether that's true.
Oh, there was a few videos kicking around, and they were saying, "Oh, fossilization can happen within 3,000 years." I think there was a video of a frog fossilized or something, and they're saying it was 3,000 years old.
Right. Often people bring out these examples, and then it's actually like a calcification process. You know, like what's it called? Old Mother Shipton's cave. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I've no.
It's in Derbyshire, and basically they've got like a waterfall there, and people go and hang stuff in this waterfall, and it's got really high mineral content. So people are going to hang like a teddy bear in it or something like that, and then they come back a couple of years later, and it looks like it's made of stone, and it's actually just covered in a layer of calcium that's and other minerals, that makes it look like stone, but inside that is still the teddy bear.
Uh-huh.
That's different to fossilization, where, as John was saying, all of the bone material becomes replaced with mineral.
I think it's important with all of these kind of conspiracies or these ideas, the new Cokes or whatever, to always kind of take the lawyer approach, like cui bono, like who benefits.
Exactly. That's what I think. What's the motivation behind these? Why?
Well, with the new Cokes, you could almost argue a point, to keep the masses, scared, the Cold War kind of shit. But with Flat Earth, the best I've got is that they're hiding land, or they're hiding God. So that seems kind of religious and kind of nonsensical to me, but it's a possibility still. But with dinosaurs, who knows how much they want to interject that is completely false information, and just completely have these automatons that are just walking around with, they don't even know where the fuck they are, so who knows?
I mean, I think with nukes, I think for me, we can see rockets working, and as I said, I don't think it's impossible to believe that you could make one go, a far enough distance that it could end up in another country. And I think once you've got that, you don't really need the nukes anyway. If you're going to fake something, you could just say, we've got loads and loads of these rockets, we've got hundreds of thousands of them, we can wipe out an entire country.
Well, that's pretty much what America does. We have silos with many missiles,
right? But I mean, what I'm saying is you could achieve the same thing, and without saying
the effect on the mass.
You could just say that whatever regular explosive devices, and you could still create the same fear.
I think some good evidence would be to go and with a Geiger counter or something, go to the Bikini Atoll. I've always thought about it,
right,
and see if there's tons of radiation going on there, because they supposedly lit up that place like a Christmas tree, and there was an H-bomb drop there as well. So there was evidence of very beautiful island kind of people living very harmoniously, and us coming over and bombing the shit out of them. And basically one of them, they miscalculated supposedly, and it was much bigger than they thought, and the smoke cloud went right over them. And you see them next, basically it was a testing on humans, basically.
Was that near Guam? Was that near a place called Guam?
I think it might be,
yeah.
Because I'm not
sure.
They were complaining about I'm sure there was over 200 tests in the Atlantic. Was there?
I don't know if there was that many.
There must be some kind of fallout from all of that.
Well, yeah, because they actually, where is it in science that they? I don't know. There's some point of science where they use the radiation levels. I think it's in carbon dating, actually. I don't think it's possible to carbon date anything that came after like the 1950s because of the radiation from all the
half-lives
weapons. I could be wrong about that. There's some issue in science where
there is. It's
of that,
due to the half-lives of the radioactive decay. And
after the 50s it all changes because
think of that though. Think of that as a grand excuse. Just say, oh shit, we dropped some nukes, and now we are unable to carbon date, basically.
Right.
So I mean, it kind of fits with the whole dino hoax agenda.
You can still date before then.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, what they do, you see.
I see.
With dinosaurs, or what they tell us they do, I should say, if JLB is still listening, because they can't date fossils, because fossils are sedimentary rock, and there's nothing in them to date. So what they have to do is they find igneous. They have to find igneous rock layer. So you may have an actual layer of igneous rock, or you may have igneous rock deposited within a layer of rock. So like from volcanic dust, for instance. And then they date that, and they look for a layer below and a layer above the fossil find. So they get a date sandwich, and then that's how they date where the fossil came from.
Yeah, I took geology, and it's a pretty simple concept. And it's pretty interesting how the Earth basically, like regenerates. It goes into certain spots and basically curves under, goes back under, like gets melted.
Right.
Comes back up at a certain point. I mean, it doesn't matter what we do, dude. Like this thing is like self-regenerating. Seriously, could be here forever. Who knows?
So how old do you think JLB thinks this world is? By the sounds, by the way he's talking, if dinosaurs didn't exist, then it's a bit like the way creationisms the way they speak.
Yeah, you can't really relate the two, because I don't think he really takes any kind of biblical stance, making it necessary for him to say 6,000 or 12,000 years. But I think he wouldn't do it anyway. If you saw how slippery he was, he's kind of a Dell, but a much more intellectual Dell.
Like Dell.
Yeah,
I recognize just a whiff of that in there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You tell me you're saying it's fake, so you're saying it's all CGI. So you're saying you have to make those inferences when someone says that. So this is a hoax event. So all these people are in on it, or you have to be logical about these things. You can't just take them on face value.
So how old do you think the world thinks the world is?
He drifted into sort of last Thursdayism almost at one point, with the Mary Anning thing. He's like,
with him, sorry, Jim, but with him, he doesn't believe most of recorded history anyway. So with him being the empiricism that I'm the skeptical empiricism I've labeled him now, he basically can't determine
time and date.
A lot of things due to his whatever he thinks necessary to, be logical. So, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is he applying it consistently? And
Exactly.
and if he isn't, is it still useful?
Like Tesla, like he says that Tesla was a fraud and stuff like that. And in a way, when you look at Tesla, he was a bit crazy near the end of his life, saying that he was speaking to aliens on Mars, and maybe he was pushing weird shit near the end of his life. But he brought AC to the world. You can't take that away from the guy. Either way, even if the guy was a bit of scientism priest or whatever JLB says he is, he was a real person and he did bring real things to the world. So I don't see why he's trying to say this guy doesn't exist or he was a fraud and stuff like that. I think Tesla.
I think you got his message a little bit wrong. He does kind of put off that. I do agree, but some of what he was kind of trying to point out there was that some of his claims, like talking with aliens with some of his technologies and stuff. So what he was pointing out was the cherry picking of flat earthers in some senses, of just saying, they bring up the topic of the week or whatever, pyramids, make you healthy or whatever, whatever it is. And
Tesla would be turning in his grave knowing that all these flat earthers are like using him as a Tesla this, Tesla that. Like Tesla would be turning in his grave, Ken, really, at the end of the day, I think.
I wonder what Socrates would think of Dell in action.
Oh God, tear him up. He's a walking contradiction to the layman. I mean, to a person that is indoctrinated with the flat Earth sophism beliefs and believes in it dogmatically, they're gonna think he's always right. I mean, it doesn't matter. So those people are gone anyway. I mean, if they want, it's a religion. Like if you want to believe, just like they say, oh, scientism and shit. Well, if you want to believe that water doesn't do this and that, and you need other people to prove it for you, then I'm just not interested. Like this is a null topic nowadays, and if people in it can't see that there's a huge charlatan movement with all this new merchandise and nonsense going on, and nobody on the globe proof side, the globe heads, are doing anything of the sort. We're wasting time talking about flat earth, but we have found some benefits to it, of course, but they don't realize it, and I hope that they realize that someday that you were literally in a movement that was completely objectively wrong, and people made you believe it, and you were gullible, and there's more evidence for the globe, period. So that's it. End of story.
Do you think we'll ever witness a character like Dell or Martin like making a video one day and just saying, guys, I've realized it's a globe? Do you think we'll ever see that? Like one of the big ones turning around and just saying it right. I think it's a globe.
I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, certainly those two people that you mentioned, no way. I mean, I think Martin, he'd be topping himself without it. I think that'd be the end of him.
I think you're right. It's the only thing he's got, really. I think.
Yeah.
Look, if you find value in your belief, that's fine. That's what a religion is. That's what they're doing, and that's fine. But the thing with me was you're coming out and you're muddying the waters with what people were actually trying to point out that was somewhat legitimate at the time. Then clues for him and all this nonsense started creeping in with auto hoaxing and no one died, no planes, all this kind of shit. Where basically John LeBon, took hook, line, and sinker, truthfully. But so it's completely muddied now. And at this point, I'm like, what am I even fighting for with these people? Am I fighting for a bunch of religious dogmatic people to break free and understand that they are gullible and it is a sphere, unfortunately, or whatever, and if it brought you to God, then you're still with God. And you can say that God made the fucking globe Earth, dude. He could have made it whatever, So it's appeal to simplicity, in my opinion, to want to live in an ant farm that God made, instead of a possibility of a giant universe that God made, a beautiful universe that's infinite, that could have planets everywhere with different types of life forms on, that maybe God goes around and tests. Who knows, dude? It's beautiful. Whatever it is, it's gorgeous.
That's what I don't understand. Like the flat earthers try to say that the motivation for hiding the shape of the earth is because the powers that be want to keep you feeling insignificant and trapped in an enclosed system. And well, what's flat earth? Flat earth has got everything spinning above your head. It's so enclosed. You can't think outside. It entraps your mind, flat earth. Whereas globe earth, fair enough, beyond our atmosphere, again, who knows where we can go. Again, it's like I think globe earth is more liberating for the mind rather than flat earth.
Right, and I think the way they characterize this sort of, they sort of tie it with this sort of nihilistic belief,
materialism, atheism, nihilistic. Yep.
And I just don't think that's true. I mean, you can take a view of evolution, for instance, that 99.9% of all the species that have ever lived are extinct. How special does that make you? You know what I mean? Not only is your species not extinct, but it's the most intelligent species that ever existed. And on
the individual basis, like when you think about your ancestors, the wars, especially in Europe, the wars, the disease, the things that happened, and we're sitting here today.
Right.
It's amazing on its own. Like that's like.
Well, I think that's where a lot of conspiracy theorists fall short, is that they have this very just detrimental view of society, in that they think that we're all slaves to the money system and these kinds of concepts, when really you would have to kind of be logical about it, look into the past and say, there were slaves, there were all these different types of things, people were hung, people were burned, and maybe you don't want to believe it if you're John LeBon, but it doesn't matter. That's the history of what we are told. And basically now there's less crime and there's greater freedom than there ever has been. So if you're trying to propose greater freedom, then I would suggest you maybe try to propose a better argument, maybe, a cashless society or something, and actually try to hash that out with your followers and talk about it. Not just say it's all bad, it's all a hoax, it's terrible, it's all fake.
Everything's ridiculous, because like you say, because it seemed to me when I first came across flat earth, there was underneath, I was bumping into people who had got a kind of an ideology that made some sort of sense, that they were rejecting all of authority, and I could see where that was coming from, and in some ways it made sense. And I think that's what you're sort of touching on. There are other issues that we were all fucked over in 2008 when the with the banking crisis and everything. It's wrong what happened, and we should be and nothing's really happened about it. And I think a lot of people are frustrated by that, and I think maybe that's where things like flat earth come from. People just don't know how to sort of, they haven't got the knowledge or the ability to come up with new economic systems. I haven't, so.
It's tough, but I'm always, go ahead, Jed.
Sorry, man. I just think the more we're so free on YouTube, and the more free we are, I think the more we entrap our own minds thinking the world's against us. Like these flat earthers, they create their own prison in their minds.
I agree, definitely.
And YouTube, in a way, by giving them the platform to do it, giving them the freedom, they entrap themselves. The powers that be don't have to trap people with mind control and all that. They do it themselves.
Yep.
Yeah. Poncho is a perfect example of that, isn't he? He sits in that hangout and he spends his days talking about you two and what terrible people you both are. You know what I mean? And it's all sort of, you know what I mean? Ultimately, whatever you've said or done, and I think it's pretty insignificant anyway in both your cases, but you're just people on the internet. You know, you're no one in his life, are you? I mean, he shouldn't have to spend a moment worrying about you, but he's sort of created this. These people are against me. It's kind of part of the thing. It's kind of like the fundamentalist Christians in the USA do, where they make themselves victims. You know, they have the war on Christmas every year and all this sort of thing. You know.
I seen that a lot of that over Christmas. It was like, if you've got a Christmas tree up, you're just Baal worship and all this shit, and it's like they try and ruin Halloween and everything. And this sounds a bit cheesy, but I was listening to Stevie Wonder and that song, I just called to say I love you. Okay, that song.
Yeah.
Well, the lyrics to it, he sings about, what if we never had Christmas and we never had Halloween and we never had all these times where we could come together and celebrate and stuff like that. And it seems to me that Flat Earth want to take everything away from you. Everything. Movies. It's all programming. It's all they'll try to program you. Movies, celebrations, anything. They just want to
sports. They don't like the idea
sports.
I think some of these concepts of even holidays are kind of subjective to people. Like, I don't really see any correlation between the pagans and what they did with Christmas and or Saturnalia or whatever. With what I do with Christmas. I don't really care. Like, I actually go and visit my family every year, and my family comes together, and it's a really good time to hang out and just be together. So for people to, I don't know, it's interesting. It's a get together, and the history of things sometimes are dark, but it doesn't give it any less credence of what it actually means subjectively to the person.
Well, I suppose if you were a cult leader and you wanted to try and keep people away from their family members and things like that, you would try and destroy things that would keep that connection between them.
Right.
Like Christmas and Halloween, because then you've got them thinking it's something that the elites are trying to do, consumerism and all the rest of it is like, you hear Martin sometimes and then he's sitting there with his bass guitar on laptops with fucking screen like fires projected on him on screens behind him and stuff. You're like, you're surrounded in everything that's capitalist. Even just the fact that we can hear you speaking. It's just, I think these people are on a mission to just bring everybody down and wipe our intelligent, like wipe our brains for history, everything, geology, all the great people that came before us, all the great thinkers. They just want to wipe them off the face of the plane.
Yeah, that's it. It's like they want us to, replace what we do know with what they don't know. I don't know.
It's a good way to put it, though. Most of it is very negative, and I always do try to have a glass half full kind of mentality.
Right.
And most times I do believe that humans are naturally good. I believe that mostly in America, like if I was to get hurt or something, like quite a few people would stop and try to help me, and they don't know me, and it doesn't benefit them in any way. So I think that inherently we are, on the most part, pretty good. And there are obviously people that have taken control of certain situations, and really what the focus should be is really kind of telling people about that and how, informing them in a less aggressive way, I guess.
Even when it comes to things like if they were doing the flat earth stuff and then they started recommending like dietary stuff, like eat more vegetables, eat less processed meat, maybe quit smoking and stuff like that, you would go, fair enough, that's nothing to do with flat earth, but it's some good bloody advice. But instead, they're talking about other things. Do you know what
yes, I mean? you got urine, you got borax. I've heard
MMS. This thing called
they're going on about that now.
Yeah, colloidal silver.
And if you come into any sort of scene and they're speaking about these things, it doesn't matter if flat Earth was true or not. These people are pushing something.
I think they take basically the anti-stance. Like,
they said smoking's good for you.
Smoking's good for you. They're basically confirming it for themselves, their habits, and saying that it's good to other people.
At the sun. You heard that?
yeah.
The sun. I've had a cataract, I can not to stare at the sun.
So even distilled water, like they promote distilled water, and then they don't really realize that maybe some of the viewers are going to start just drinking distilled water, and they didn't have many minerals to begin with because they're eating trash and they think that they're being healthy, and maybe they might get deficient. So I mean, there are definite risks for conspiracy theorists, the anti-theorists, to think that they have any dietary advice to give to people.
Exactly. It's not like they're the fittest, healthiest looking people that are sitting.
True.
That's so true.
Oh Jesus. Yeah. Chlorine was another one. That's a good one, I guess.
Oh, turpentine as well.
Turpentine, yes.
Oh my God.
Do you remember that? Do you remember Antonio's show that I went on and he let me on, dude? And he was talking about the 3 gallons of turpentine or whatever. He was like, they were a fucking gift. No, my turpentine. He was like, that's the good shit, man. That's the pure, man. My bag of bones brought over some turpentine for me. We were about to get jiggy. It's like, what?
Because I think turpentine's hard to get a hold of in Britain. I think that's why we've got white spirits. I think it is.
Yeah, I think if they have a thing, I think they call it turpentine substitute or something like that. If you go in like B&Q or somewhere like that.
I think there was a lot of sniffing, and I think a lot of people are getting high on turpentine.
Right. Yeah.
But this just things like that, because I was quite happy to sit in the flat Earth and entertain it, like I said, but when things like that started coming up, that's when I started having objections. And Antonio, especially with some of the stuff he was coming out with, kind of the religion, just the religious stuff. Even sometimes I agreed with some of the things he said, but it doesn't mean he should be saying it. It's like on that big platform that he has got like a couple of thousand subs.
It seems like he doesn't really care anymore what he it's like he can just put out anything and they'll just lap it up. And
aye, that's true, man.
He'll just.
He never even look. The thing about Nathan Oakley is I don't even know if he believes in flat Earth. I've never really seen him put out any good evidence for flat Earth or ever talk about evidence for flat Earth. He's usually just having these, watered down Patty Steer, Mark Sargent kind of conversations about just like, movie references or, I mean, psychopaths or narcissists when he's one himself. I mean, it's just a big fucking joke, dude.
But I don't bother with those people though. Like people like him and Martin and people who just talk about their feelings and that sort of thing. It's the ones that are at putting out things that aren't true that I tackle.
Like Antonio. Antonio is one of the worst. I mean, it's just straight disinfo, man. Like literally, because of his faulty premises, he literally is wrong about everything. Sorry, Jen. Go ahead.
And that Slice Bargain guy goes at him hard with he makes brilliant videos, creates diagrams, and Antonio pretends he's not even there, and he just keeps. He keeps his videos up that have been debunked by that Slice Bargain guy over and over again.
Even some of Antonio's old friends or whatever, the people that did the filming of him, make debunks of him all the time. And if you haven't seen those, I'll have to send them to you because those guys are witty. They take the piss out of it big time.
Yeah, they really do.
Well, that Glenn guy contacted me about the daytime, nighttime video. He sent me a personal comment just saying, Jed, I'm not what they think. Again, he was actually just putting out a peace skin thing. He was saying, this is just fun, and we're just taking the piss at Antonio because we know he's not right about what he's saying, and they seem all right, I suppose. I still think it's strange why they get involved though.
Well, look, once you watch these videos, you'll have a different view on them. Seriously,
well, the ones where the guys are just sitting there speaking.
Yeah,
I've seen them.
You've seen all those?
I've seen them all.
Oh man, those are brilliant.
They're good, man, but I think they could be in on it as well. I think Antonio's saying, go and bring out some videos of it, can get people talking about me again. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's kind of the double-edged sword with it. I've done it myself, but I try to promote obviously what I think is the truth, and it's actually backed by, believe it or not, like a lot of research that I did myself, and I tried to look at it objectively, mostly after I had this thought in my head, maybe it isn't flat. Like I literally was in kind of like what Jed's saying. Like he was kind of in flat mode, but he didn't buy it completely. And that's like you were saying about your comments or whatever, kind of sticking up for flat Earth. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, I mean that's how I started, but it changed, and then I just really, to me, it's really crazy that these truthers supposedly that I used to know and stuff got so dogmatic with this specific subject that they literally don't care that these charlatans are having 10 ways to pay them or telling them to come to Bitcoin to give them money and stuff. I mean, there's a fine line between your Martin Liedtke and your Jeranism. I mean,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
there isn't a fine line, rather. Actually,
Yeah.
there's a complete opposite. This dude actually believes it, and he's pretty harmless. And this dude is actually possibly doesn't believe it and is actually trying to just make money off of it. So
Martin does seem harmless, man. He does. He does.
yeah,
And
I'm
he-
compelled. I'm compelled to watch Martin.
Right,
Sorry.
and he gets his old books out and things like that, doesn't he? And you know what I mean? He has got a different angle on it, I think. He isn't just churning out the same old crap. I mean, he'll throw in a few phrases here and there, but most of the time, all those sort of people, I've just left them alone. I'm not interested in them. It's, as Tim says, it's the ones that are disseminating bollocks.
Uh-huh.
straight up.
There should at least be a balance. Someone saying, "Hold on a minute, that's not right."
But in a way, it's good that they're around because we wouldn't be around to speak about them and have our
Right.
own hangouts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and as you've said, I've learned so much from this.
Yeah.
I couldn't give any. If Dan had got me in the street a year ago, I'd have been the same as those people. I wouldn't have had a clue what to say to him, and I'd probably come away thinking, oh, maybe I should go and see if the Earth's flat. But I have gained from it. So I don't know.
They'll got asked tonight. Has anyone got back to you that you've interviewed in the street? And there was no. It's like that was the obvious. That was the obvious answer. And they went, "Oh, that." I think they said some other guy. Oh, that other guy came back to us or something. It was. You knew just by the interviews that no one was going to come back or even entertain it, because I think just the way he comes across, I still think
Yes.
it's a good thing to talk about. And maybe there should be someone on the street saying, "Have you ever thought about what the shape of the Earth could be?"
Mhm.
And maybe that's a good idea, but the way he goes around it, it just, to me, it's a
How about yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just
Well-
it's ridiculous. But how about like, trying to make the point, which kind of all of us here have noticed probably from this experience, that a lot of things are belief to a certain level, and just like you were saying earlier, if you can't justify that belief, you need to realize that you're believing in something without justification, and realize that it is a belief system at that point.
Mhm.
If you can't justify it in any way, like that John Doe guy that came on that was always talking about age of consent, guy only talked about that. But when he was asked about the shape of the Earth or about the circumference or how to do simple math or anything like that, he was completely oblivious. He had no idea how to justify his belief. So it is very important. And with that in mind, you can then go and justify all of your beliefs. And I think that's empowering, actually.
It is. You're right. Because like a lot of people that Dell ambushed, they had true beliefs, but they never had any justification apart from photographs or maybe stuff that Jeremy would agree with, but maybe it's not enough for guys like me and Tim. But I think people, I don't know. I think it gives us a example of what we used to be like. I remember, like Jeremy just said, if Dell came out in the street and ambushed, I'm not laughing at these people that Dell. I don't feel like I don't feel like I'm on a high horse over these people. I feel sorry for them because I was in that position one time, and that could have been me with Dell running up to me, and I would have been walking away thinking, "What the can?" And it's amazing to feel. It's just amazing that so many people don't really know their own reality. It's like they do know it, but they've not got the justification to fight people like Dell.
Yeah, they believe it. That's the whole.
They just believe it.
Point. Yeah.
Aye.
And you know, probably most of us would say we know to a very high degree of certainty. You know, I guess you can kind of break it down that way, because if you want to get very philosophical about it, you know, absolute truths and all this nonsense, it does get kind of confusing. But it does take some comfort to just to go with what it is, like not what you want it to be.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Well, guys, that is 20 to 5, and it's been great having you on. You are more than welcome to come back on any time, like I said. And we can. I think there's a few things that are going to happen soon, guys. Was that true? What JLB was talking about, the conference stuff?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that true?
Yeah, there's a video out there advertising it. Yeah.
Oh right. As soon as that picks up, because I'm going to hang in this flat earth stuff for a while, I think. What about you, Tim? Are you out of this flat earth? Or are you going to hang around to see what happens?
We'll see. I can't definitively say, because it does get brought up and thrown in my face a lot. So
the thing is, I keep falling like some days I think, oh, stuff this. What's the point in entertaining it? And there's always something else that drags me in, something that somebody says, or a video, or I'll have a quick look at a video, and it just keeps dragging me back. I don't know what it is.
I'm the same, Chad, and I'm kind of like you. You know, I think I'm waiting for that day when some big flat earther, or maybe a number of them, suddenly turn, or do you know what I mean? I'm waiting for that day, but I can't envisage it ever happening. So it's just, I don't know. I just want to see the end.
Aye, exactly. Yeah. I think that's the same with me. I just want to see the end of this. I want to see it put in the ground, but I just want someone big to come out, and maybe we should come to agreement. People that believe in the globe, concave, and flat Earth. Maybe we should fund a boat for Dell. Maybe we should fund a boat for him, for everybody's sake.
GoFundMe, yeah.
Aye, just for everybody's sake.
Prove this, shit or get off the pot already. Fuck.
I'll be happy about like maybe £100 just to send Dell away. Like maybe we should, and maybe we should.
You never know.
Jeremy said there should be an end to this. I want to see an end. I do. I want to see an end.
I don't mean I want it to end. I just want to see the end of the movie. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Anyway, it's been good, Jed. Appreciate it.
Great, guys. That was great.
Thanks for having us.
I'll catch you later.
Yeah. See you soon. Cheers,
See you later, guys.
All right, later, man.
See you later, Timmy.